Welcome. If you have been following my content, you know that for the past year, I've worked on a personal finance web and mobile application called Budget Warden. Now I'm going to tackle implementing the product/marketing website for that same project. It's going to be a simple website with only a few pages and a dynamic block section. That's pretty standard for a small product website. I want to use modern and interesting to me technologies that I haven't used before so that I can provide some value for my YouTube channel and also explore something new myself. So I decided not to use Next.js for the front-end toolkit this time to build the static site. Thankfully, there are many alternatives like Remix, Astro. In this case, I decided to go with Astro because it's very content-focused and it seems like a very good choice for this simple website. In retrospective, I'm recording this after finishing the project, if that's not obvious. In retrospective, I really liked Astro. It was a great experience. If you want to see the parts about its setup and some details about it, use the chapters and check out the Astro content in the video. For styling, I opted to use StyleX because I recently explored its features and wanted to use it in some project to try it out. I would urge you to see the problems I encountered in this video before using StyleX in your project because there were some serious issues, I would say, primarily with responsive styles. I had some issues with prioritization and how StyleX handled responsive breakpoints, which now I would seriously consider if I would use StyleX now. It has many advantages, but these few disadvantages really annoyed me at the time, took a lot of time to debug, and I needed eventually to fall back to just raw CSS for some small parts of my application, like the grid system. Additionally, the final part of my tech stack is, of course, a content management system, which is not necessary if you don't have content editors that are non-technical people, but I will have some for the blocks section, so that will have content management, and I decided to go with something very minimal, and that's Decap CMS, formerly called Netlify CMS. It's a very minimal serverless content management system that uses Git as its sort of backend. It essentially stores content in files, and it commits these files to Git using some Git API from GitHub or another backend that you choose. Basically, it integrates with many services. That was a joy to set up. It takes literally a single config file and a couple of HTML and JavaScript files to add, and the integration with Netlify was amazing. I would also finally deploy this to Netlify as it integrates well with Decap CMS, but it's a static site, it can be deployed anywhere, really. But it works well with Netlify if you use Decap CMS. And Netlify service is pretty good, and it's free up to a very generous tier, so that's pretty nice. Now, without further ado, I'll jump into this video. Just a few remarks before that. This video is going to be very raw. It's not edited or scripted in any way, so it's going to be longer. I know many of you will not be interested in styling components, might want to see the CMS setup or the Astro part. Use the chapters. I will make sure to meticulously chapter this video because I know it's long, yet I know that many people will find value in parts where others might not. So I think it might be useful to have this raw and unedited experience of the whole project so that you can find the part that you're interested in. Without further ado, let's jump into the video and see how we're going to implement that. Okay, let's start by analyzing the Figma designs of what we're going to be building. Basically, we have three layouts. This is the actual product and marketing website we'll be building. As you can see, it's very minimal, quite straightforward. We have a header component with a SVG logo and a navigation, which will be a separate component. We have buttons, of course, that's its own component. Notice that here we have a couple of SVG illustrations, not a lot of photography, so we can be pretty optimal with these and provide an optimized experience, basically. Besides that, it's mostly typography with the inter font used throughout, Google font, which we can import with Astro. And we have a couple of illustrations, this card component, which I will also reuse for the next section with illustration. And I should also be able to reuse this card for the blocks cards, which are a bit more complicated. They have a footer with this separate tag component with text and an icon and some basic illustration. But these three should be the same card component, ideally. We have this Prefooter that just has a button and some illustration, which we will share across all pages because it's a nice call to action to sign up for the actual application, and a footer with a basic copyright text and footer nav. Also, the probably more interesting view, I don't know, is the blocks. More dynamic, I would say, not interesting. The blocks will be Markdown files that will be managed with Decap CMS that will commit these Markdown files with front matter to the GitHub repository. So ideally, we'll be able to read them with Astro, build the static site when changes are done through Decap CMS, which will be a seamless and very nice experience. We have basically, this is the blocks list page. Right now, it shows one blog post, but it will show multiple blog posts. For now, I've just used that for illustrative purposes to demonstrate the grid of blocks. They have a title, description, these metadata, the author and date will be, this will be just metadata in the front matter of the blog post that will be managed through the CMS. That's some short summary. And when you click a single blog post, its details open. As you can see here, we are in a short, narrower container with just the blog content that contains basic typography, headings, lists, some illustrations, and also this chart, which might be an SVG graphic for now. We might integrate chart.js with in some way, or maybe an external chart that's embedded. We'll see what would be most optimal in this at this moment. Now, I will use StyleX for this. So I'll build all of the components first. I do expect to have a problem with the blog content because StyleX is not good at side effects, and I want this to be styled with side effects so that it's easy for content editors. Basic HTML elements in that markdown that will be transformed to HTML elements like this heading, this list, this image should be automatically good looking and fit within the layout. Speaking of layout, one of the first components is the grid system. I have a very standard 12 column grid with a 30 pixels gutter. Here it is in Figma. 12 column grid with 30 pixels gutter. Pretty standard stuff. The container width is just 1264, which is, I guess, a normal, very standard grid system. We need to build that as a component as well because we're using StyleX. Now, something to just point out, obviously, if I have to point out the best styling convention and system for this specific use case, I would probably incline towards Tailwind, simply because you will not need to implement the grid system. You will, all of these components can be built with Tailwind utilities. You will barely touch any basically styles. So with that in mind, let's also see what else I have prepared. I have a couple of text files here. Actually, this markdown file of which outlines the basic components we'll need to implement to start assembling the site. We have the grid button, header, footer, basic headings, meaning H1 to H6, but there'll be a separate component for styling reasons. The prefooter component, a cart, and a basic tag. By tag, I mean this basic label that has an icon and some text next to it. Just having it as a separate component makes it more flexible. And yeah, this is basically the suite of components we will need. I expect there will be a little bit more, like probably something for images, but this is a good core from which we can start and then start building the site. And then we'll see how we'll deploy and integrate with Decap and Netlify. You can, of course, skip these chapters if you want. This will be, the first part will be mostly front-end styling, creating the components. Then we'll build the site. Then we'll integrate the site with this content management and we'll plug the content into it. Then we'll deploy. And in the end, probably if I have time, we'll do some optimizations, audits, etc. for performance accessibility. So let's start. How do we start? I'll open astro.build, and Astro has a very good documentation, by the way, which is nice. And in installation, you see it has this command line wizard, which I'll run right now in my source folder, npm create Astro latest. So I have a very good impression of the command line tools. They are great. Just can't say anything bad about them. So where do you want to store your project? I will call it BW Marketing website for now. I want the basic minimal starter. You have other options like a blog and a docs template. And I wanted to install my dependencies. So that took a little bit of time. I'll open that folder now in my VS Code so that I'm exactly in that project. And let's run it before doing anything. It will run, of course, but it's a good practice to always check. I'll close some folders. So let's see. Yeah, the starter works well. I think it's fine. I will now go through the files. We have a TypeScript config. This README I like to remove immediately so I don't forget anything. We have only the Astro dependency and 4 commands. Very clean, very nice. I love it. Now, here we have the Astro config file. Very straightforward. Just one function and basic git ignore. Now, I do like the folder structure. Here in Pages, we have this .astro notation. They have their own file type, which is nothing scary, really. If you have done Markdown with front matter, which is just some syntax for metadata in Markdown, this is similar in terms of syntax. You write these 3 dashes and you enclose within them JavaScript, which will be run on what you can think of like a server or a build time. Basically, this is not client-side code. And you can import things from it and access them here. And here you can write basic front-end templates with HTML, JSX, etc. Speaking of JSX, Astro does support React, Vue, Angular. You can use any kind of components plus its own components, which is awesome. And you don't need to use the .astro file. You can basically put HTML here and it will work. You can also use Markdown and it will work. Just, it works. It's built so that it's basically flexible for what it supports in terms of in terms of technologies used to build the items. The technology behind Astro is primarily focused on optimization and server-side rendering and building the site. So here we have this index page, which has a layout and welcome components. We have a layouts folder, which I love, and we have a single layout right now. Now I will rename this layout. I need to rename it like this because I want it with lowercase. And sometimes that doesn't work well if you don't rename it to something else first. Just change the casing of the first letter. I'll change the title here. This is the basic HTML template. And this SWOT thing, you can think of this SWOT element like props children in React. Here is where the children of the layout will go. The difference with Astro is it's more flexible. You can have multiple named SWOTs and poke things into them. Not that you can't with React props, but yeah, that's not that useful either, in my opinion. I haven't seen that many cases where you can compose with single children, basically. But it's an option and I want to point it out. And here we have some global styles. By the way, these styles are not global. You need to specify these. Otherwise, any other style we add here to this normalization will get some class name prefixes and be scoped towards the file, etc. It won't be global. And we want this to be global because this will be our normalize. I will not add a giant normalized CSS bundle here just to normalize elements which I won't even need to use. That's not necessary. This is a very simple website and I will normalize what I need. And for now, that is, I, of course, want to add box sizing border box to all of my elements and pseudo elements, which is necessary. But besides that, the body margin width and height is fine. And what I would do, actually, that's not necessary because I'll have a heading component. So even that is not really an issue. The rest will be StyleX basically. And here we need to specify the base font size, which for this site is 24 pixels. And that's important because I will base everything on rems, which will be derived from this font size. And we also need to add the font. But before that, let me just inspect the other items. We have a welcome component, which I'll delete entirely. And in assets, we have some SVGs, which I'll delete. But I'll keep the folders because we'll use that folder structure. And here, let's remove the welcome component and leave just a single paragraph saying hello. And that's fine for now. Let's check if everything is okay. Everything is fine. Now, let's go to astro.build and check out how fonts were added. It was using Fontsource. Yeah. So Fontsource is this site that helps you load Google Fonts. We use Inter, so that's great. We can easily add it to our site, and it's a variable font. So that should be pretty simple. We install Inter. Let's do that real quick. And to add it, just import it. In Astro, you can do that. Basically, here in the root layout would be a great place to do that. And finally, I just have to set the font family of the body. I'll move the font size right here. I want width, height, margin. I like to order them by how they're related to each other. It's easier to read and maintain afterwards. Now, this is in line, and Astro will handle it as it wishes. For now, I'll leave it in line. If it grows larger, we might decide to just make it external, but I don't think it will grow much larger than this. This is basically what I need to normalize for the entire project, and that's because it's a simple project, to be fair. Now, here's what we're gonna do. We have all the necessary meta viewport. We have some fav icon, I believe in public. Yeah, I'll change that later and not delete it for now. Let's check if the font loaded correctly, but I need to start the dev server again. And it did load correctly. Now, the next step is to add some integrations here because we need React and StyleX, and Astro doesn't support these from out of the box. So Astro React can be added like this. And it should be guided. Yeah, it tells me what it's going to install, basically React and Astro React integration. And let's wait for that. And now it prompts me very nicely. It tells me what it's going to change in the Astro config. And I agree with that. And my TypeScript config. I mean, this is first class developer experience, really. That's probably the best command line tools I have ever seen. And I've added React. Now, let's go to astro.build and see. We had integrations somewhere. Oh, that's so well hidden. If I go to Astro integrations StyleX in Google, here's what I wanted. Astro.build integrations, and I don't even know how. Resources integrations. Okay. Here we have StyleX. There's also Tailwind and others, but that just leads me to this GitHub repository where we can see how to install the Astro StyleX integration plugin. We just install it and install StyleX. And in the Astro config, let me find it. We import StyleX and just add a function to integrations next to React. So these are the integrations I will need for now. Basically, I want to keep this as dependency as possible and very minimal. And I also like the comma last convention. We might add it at a later stage. So we have my integrations. Now, I did mention I have a couple of files prepared besides the components list, which I'll move to the repository temporarily. I also have this theme StyleX file, which I have prepared with some variables. Now, this is how I define basically CSS variables in StyleX, but StyleX variables. And I have those for my theme. I have colors extracted from my design. I didn't want to waste time extracting them while making the video. Let me just... These are the primary color, the secondary color, these ash colors. I call these basically purple, gray, light gray colors ash, and they have intensity. So I use this convention from 100 to 900, and I have some steps. As you can see, not all steps are filled. I jump from 300 to 600, and then from 600 to 900. So I have a little bit of a space here to add other intensities of this color as it goes from very white to this very dark purple. Now, we also have font sizes. As you can see, I have defined variables with my point font sizes in my design, 28, 30, 32 points, to rems, which this is easy for me as an API because in my designs, that's what I usually see here. In Figma, enter 30 points bold. And I want it in rems because rems are great if you want to scale up the site later. Generally speaking, you can scale up everything with just one font size, which is awesome. And we have some font weights, regular, stem, bold, and bold. These should be all used throughout here, and it's easier to use this API than write them, and they should be more consistent this way. So this is my StyleX theme so far. By the way, StyleX supports themes. This is not a theme. This is a couple of variable definitions. A StyleX theme would be another file that redefines all of these in a different way. But for now, we only have one theme for this site. So this is what I'll call a theme. And I'll just add this file right here in a different directory, which I'll call styles, because we can just import them and reuse them throughout the component. And let's just start implementing the components, starting with the grid. I have intentionally made this markdown file a markdown file with checkboxes so that we can take a look as we implement them. So 12 pixel grid. The container size is 1266. We have 30 pixels gutter. Let's start with the container. I will implement a container component here, which is just a div. Of course, we'll export that. Now we need props and a prop type here. So I'll make another folder called types, and I have props.dts for global prop definitions. And here I have a type, no, let's let it be a type, generic children props, which will be read only, and it will have children, a React node. So now I can use them. I can use it without importing because I named it this props.d.ts for global type definitions. This way it's more convenient. These are props that are global and can be reused multiple times. Okay, so this container will need styles, of course. So let's import StyleX from StyleX.js StyleX. And I will use the StyleX create function to define the styles. So far, so good. I'll name them container. And we do need, so first of all, we'll need width 100%. Margin 0 auto will center it. That's correct. Padding will be 30 pixels, which I need to convert to RAM, which is 1.25 RAM. So I need the padding for the sites when we scale down to mobile resolutions. And besides that, we also need max width, which will be 1266. Or because we have box sizing, border box, we need to include the padding in that, which means 1266 was 60, 2 times 30, 1326. That is a magic number, indeed. But styles are like that usually. So to apply these, we use StyleX props, styles container. And let's test them in the index page. Here I will first import container and use it. Okay, let's npm run dev to see now if our container is working as expected. And it is at first glance. Let's inspect some details. We have the padding, the width is correct, and it's centered. So there isn't much more to wish for. I'm happy with that. Let me take a quick break and we'll continue with the rest of the grid system, which will be rows and columns. Okay, let's continue. Now we need a row component. That will be, I will actually copy container for most of the boilerplate around the React component. I'll rename the style to row. And this will be, let me remove that, display flex, of course. Flex direction row is unnecessary because it's the default direction. No need to just add a necessary code. We need, now we won't use a gap actually, and I'll talk about that later in the columns. But we want flex wrap to be on because I want to be able to use many columns that are with specified widths, and I want them to wrap on multiple rows. Primarily for cases like this one. I don't want to have 2 rows here. I want 1 row with 4 columns of size 6, of span 6, basically. Okay, so this is pretty much what the row will have, actually. It's quite simple, but it's necessary. And now we need to create the co element, the column. Co is shorter and easier as an API. Now the column will be, it doesn't necessarily need to be display flex, but I will make it display or not. Not really sure if I should make it display flex. I think it's unnecessary and let's not do it. Now it has flex wrap. That's also not necessary. We need to have flex grow 1 on the default column. And what that means, let me show you what that means really. I want to have some background color temporarily. Something reddish, white, red, purplish. For this needs to be a string, of course. I want to visualize the columns, that's why. And I'll add some columns here in the, let's import row. And let's import col. Okay. Now, here's a simple grid layout. So Copilot was trying to be helpful, and it was. Okay, that's good. So a simple two-column layout we have right now. Let's see what it is. Yeah. So this is basically, we added this white, red, pink kind of background, but we have two columns. And that's great. I wanted to, I actually forgot what I was talking about, but yeah, why do we have flex grow 1? So if we don't, they won't expand. On the other hand, we want to be able to use columns without span, meaning just like I did here. Just just two cols, which are auto width, equal widths. And we also want to be able to use cols like this, for example, 3 columns, and then the other one to be maybe 9, so that this one will be 25%, this one 75, or something like that. So both of these use cases need to work. And to implement that with StyleX is a little bit tedious, to be honest. Let me call some things. With StyleX is a little bit tedious if you want to have good performance, meaning avoid dynamic styles. First of all, we need props here that are not just children, and I'll call them call props. We need children and we need span, which will be a number. It won't be a number actually. It will be 1 or 2 up to 12. And let's do that. Now, besides that, we need to add the span, which will be styles. And here we'll have something like, exactly, span props span. And that is only if props span is defined. So what this will do is if we have the span prop, if it's not clear, if we have, for example, span 3, it will add the StyleX styles for span 3. And as you can see, we need to implement these styles. And that's a little bit tedious, but we need to do it. So the span needs to have flex grow 0 and flex basis of some percentage. In this case, I think that's actually right. And if I test that now, we only have span 3, but it doesn't really matter. If I test that now and set this column to 3, we get exactly what we want. A 25% column. There we go. And another one that fills up the rest of the space. Now we don't have the gutter yet, and that we need to do with padding. So the gutter is 30 pixels, which is 1.25 rem. And that I will do with this padding right here, which will be 0, top and bottom, and on the left and the right will be gutter divided by 2 rem. There we go. This should add the padding 15 pixels. Exactly right. And now we have our gutter. And now comes the tedious part. Let me take this right here. So I'll have a co-count variable right here. And we need to implement span 1, span 2, and all of these up to span 12. Because we can't use a whoop or an iterator here. StyleX needs static objects right here. And it might be tedious, but we just need to do that. So to ease the process a bit and make it more, I guess, readable, we can do a little bit of math here, at least, which will be, in this case, 1 divided by co-count. So we divide 1 by 12. We multiply that by 100. And this whole thing needs to be to fixed 3 for 3-digit precision. Let me just check if that is correct logic by applying it to span 3. And it seems like it. Let me check. Styles. I have width somewhere. 25. Yeah. Okay, that's something. It would have been good if we can iterate through 12 columns and generate them. But as I mentioned, StyleX doesn't like that and wouldn't generate the static styles this way. So this is a little bit of a trade-off indeed, but it's the best we can do in terms of performance. We can of course have a dynamic style here and calculate on the go. We don't want that, really. We don't want the performance kit for the static styles of the grid system. Okay, so I made this. Now, you will say that this is very tedious, but it's just 12 class names, essentially. It's not that big of a deal. As we mentioned, I do have a video introduction to StyleX, which you can watch. It's really, StyleX is not optimized for writing dry styles. If you would like to do that, this is not your styling system, but it's optimized for other things, performance, reliability, etc. So this is kind of a compromise, but it's just a grid system. Now we do have the span and the column. With that in mind, let's test a few scenarios. First of all, the normal call by call case should work and they should be 50%, and they are. We can also do something like this, 2 columns and 2 columns next to them, and that should work absolutely. If I have 2 columns and a normal column next to it, it should expand, and it does. And finally, if I have a couple of call sixes, they should wrap to a new line, and that happens. Great. So this is the grid system done. Let's take that off in the component list and go forward with the button. Here I'll clean up a bit and leave only the container. Finally, one thing I want to do is create a grid tsx file and import call. And I will now export these. The reason for this is, let me see, what's wrong? I need to change that like this. I'll explain in a second what I'm doing and why. Just export this item and not by default. The same thing here and in the row. And now this should work. Okay, well, what I did is just exported them from a single file just because I don't want to have multiple imports, and these are related components, strongly related. You will always really need them together. Sometimes you might need the container only, but in most cases, if you need a row, you will for sure need a column and for sure need a container. So components grid, they work like this. I do have an error here. Yeah, I need children. Okay. So what I want to do next is go to the next component, which is a button. Actually, let's not pick it until we build it. Button.tsx. I'll just copy like a row and paste it here. So button, for now, this is a website, so we don't need the button to be button. I'll keep it as a link. Usually, you can go one of two ways. You can have a button and a link button component, for example, where the button is an HTML button element, while the link button is an anchor or an X link or whatever. In this case, I will currently only implement an anchor, as this is the only kind of button I need on this site for now. And later, I would extend the API to have some capability to also use it with a button, HTML button element, which is quite straightforward. But I will not implement that in advance without needing it. That's just, don't do that. This is a very bad mistake in some cases. You will complicate code unnecessarily for some future scalability. Don't go there. Everyone knows you can implement a component with multiple props, but keep it simple, I think, especially for a project like this one. So here we'll export button. This can be a default export in this case. And we will have button props, which will include children. We will, of course, use children for the inner text. Also, we need href, which will be a string. Okay, styles button. And we're pretty good so far. Now, the basics. Let's start with typography. Auto semi-bold 24 pixels. So let's import font sizes, font weights from my team. And we'll say font sizes 24. We need to use this. And font weight semi-bold. Okay. Next up, line height set to 1. And text decoration to none, because this is link. We need to update that. Besides these, this handles the typography pretty well, I believe. Next up, we need a display, which I'll set to inline flex. I'll set the, that's not necessary really, button is centered by default. I will set padding width. I need the width to be fit content. And then we need padding, which we can measure in Figma. If I can measure it in Figma. Here we go. It's 16 top and bottom and 60 on the side. So let's do that right now. Oops. 0.66 RAM top and bottom and 60. Quite a large padding on the side, but that's because we want a pretty substantial button. Besides that, we also need background. So display, padding, then I will have typography, and then background color, which will have default. That is, let's import colors. That is colors.prim and hover, which will be colors.primary hover. I have this prim hover color that's a little bit darker. And let's transition that. Okay. So let's check it out. We need to, of course, add it in the index. There we go. That's pretty good. Now, let's change the font color to white and the border radius, which I'll add after the background. It's 10 pixels, so, sorry, 10 divided by 24, 0.416. Okay. So far, so good. We have some issue with the font, I believe. At least it seems like it. And the padding. Let me see what it is. If I remove line height 1, it gets a little bit better. But still, 61 pixels in height. Here the button is how high? 57. So we're in a very good shape. Semi-bold seems a little bit heavy here. The font size. What is the actual font size? 24 pixels. What is it here? 24. Okay. So just the font size is a little bit thicker, which is usually normal, by the way. Especially, yeah, font rendering between Figma and the actual website will always be a little bit different. Now, just to a better idea, let's type sign up here. Because I think I'm zoomed in, which doesn't really help. Yeah. Might opt to reduce that to medium, which I don't have, but I can add it in my team. Yep. Let's check. Yeah, that's closer to the how it's rendered in the design. And I think I'll go with that for now. It just looks better. Just looks better. Yeah. Okay. Besides that, we're pretty good. With a height 209 by 61. Here, what we get in the end is 202 by 57. That's very close. Plus minus 1 pixel because of font rendering and line height. It's great. Let's go forward with that. We want to actually denote this as done, but let's check some things. We have hover. We don't really have focus. We could make the focus the same for now. Yeah, the same style. And let's remove the outline, which is default. Yeah, that's good for a 4-page. Okay, the button can be considered done here. Now, we only have a primary button right now, no secondaries, no other buttons, and that's fine for now. So let's check that as done and go to the next component, which will be the header. That's going to be quite straightforward. Let's start with the logo and export it as an SVG file. I'll just copy it to my source directory and component as it is, logo.svg. I like to optimize it, open with text editor. I like to optimize it and turn it into a React component, which is very simple. So first of all, these clip paths are unnecessary. They're from Figma. We can remove them safely. There's nothing clipped in this SVG. The next thing, we can remove the clip rules. I need to change these simple attributes camel case so that they work with React. And besides that, we have a couple of fields that are repeating. So I can first copy field and then remove them and add that field to the SVG. And besides that, we're ready to convert this to a React component like this. Rename the file. It doesn't need props, and it actually does need props because I want to have props. Let's have logo props, and we'll have width, which will be a string or a number, height, which will be a string or a number, and fill, which will be string. And these are all optional, so they will have these fallbacks. So width will be props width. First add the props width or 280. Height will of course be props height or 72. And fill will be, as you guessed, as you probably have guessed, props fill or this string. And finally, I will transform these to rems 11.66. These defaults also need to be relative 3. Good. And export that by default. And that's great. I also collapse these props to single line for readability purposes because there are quite a few. We do need these, including the XML definition. And let's add this. I mean, this logo can stay in a separate file. Now I'll create a header TSX file for my header component, and I'll copy something like the row. So the header will be this thing basically. It's a component on its own that's exported by default, and it will be a header element, not a div, because we need the landmarks. They help, and it should have some styles, which are basically similar. It will be display flex row. I want align items center so that my items in the header are vertically centered, and I want justify content space between so that they're separated to the side. Besides that, we should be fine here, to be honest. Oh, we need a top and bottom padding of 40 pixels, which is how much? 1.66. But not side padding because we use the container. So that's header. Pretty straightforward. Now we need the header nav, which will also be here. And let's see how we're going to do that. It needs to be a nav. Styles nav. It will also have children. definitely. The header might not have children. It it will just contain different things like the logo. So I'll add that here, and the header nav, which will have children on its own. Now here, the navigation will also be display flex. It will need a gap, indeed, as Copilot recommends, and the gap is 50 pixels. If we divide that, it's close to 2 rem. I'll leave it at 2 rem. That precision is good. And besides that, it doesn't need much else, really. That's pretty much the header nav component. Let me see. Yeah, it expects children. And we need the header nav link component, which will be a link. Yep. href, which will be a string. And it's mandatory, of course. And this will have styles link. Children. Pretty standard stuff, I think. This will be full of header nav link elements like this one. Overview. For now, I'll leave them with hash. What were the links? Walk. Let's leave the button for now. We'll address that a little bit in a few seconds. Let's first actually add that header in my index so that we can see it. Usually, if you have all the budget app series, I don't build components like this and debug them in a page. I would set up Storybook, especially if I'm building a larger components library. But here, we really have a few components and this site is small. So that's how I would recommend doing it, not abstract them in a different repository of components. And there's no need for such abstractions and complexity when you can be straightforward. And with a simple website, I think abstraction, if necessary, you can always implement later when it's needed. For now, a single repository is completely fine for this. And where was I? Yeah, we have these links. We need to style them. They, of course, start with typography, 20 pixels, semi-bold. Let's go to the component. It styles our link, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's a interesting. So we use font sizes 20. I need to import them, of course. I also need font weights and colors. The font size is 20. Font weight is semi-bold, I think. Yeah. The line height will be 1. The height should be min content. And we do have color black. And I think, yeah, we need a border for the hovered and active links. So let's do border bottom. For that, it will be enough. So the default will be 1 pixel solid transparent. Excuse me, not 1 pixel. So I think the border is 2 pixels first. And I'll have it 2 pixels solid transparent. And we have border color, which will be default transparent. And cover will be colors ash something. Let's see. We're looking for this color. Let's go to our theme. That's ash 600. So there's some issue. Link, comma was missing. Okay, we need text decoration none here next to the typography and some padding. But besides that, we're good. What kind of size is this border? 2 pixels, yeah. And the padding is 12. So I believe 0.5, yeah. So padding will be, height will be first. Padding will be second. And then we have typography, colors, border. Great. That's pretty good. Now we need an active link style. which will be just that thing right here. And I might consider something. If the color is by default Ash 900, yeah, I might be able to, but I don't want that, to be honest. Let's have it black, as was the initial plan. And yeah, the focus could also be that. Outside the outline. No. Okay. The logo is not clickable right now. It should be, in my opinion. And that's pretty simple. Here we need an area label. Go to overview page. That's actually not necessary. Because go to is not necessary. The screen reader will know it's a link. So it's a link with that label. And even pages, not really needed. Could be home because then we have overview. Like this is fine. Okay, now active links. How are we gonna handle that? Well, quite straightforward. For now, I want to have a prop here, which is Boolean and non-mandatory. And if props is active, styles link active. And we'll set is active to the first link. We'll see how we'll handle that later, when we have a second page, of course. But for now, we're pretty good. And we also need a button here, which won't work out of the box because it's wider. Yeah, and it's very badly spaced because here in the nav, we need to set align items to center. Okay, and here we need different padding on the sides, which I will set if I can. First of all, I want to measure what it is. 30. Okay. Now, there are multiple options to do this. Right now, the padding is hard-coded right here. I could have a prop for size, spacing, but ideally, I think I would want to be able to just maybe add a different version. So size should be, for now, I'll just have size small as an option. And that can be changed later. Like I don't need to over-engineer this right now. I have a bigger button and a smaller button, and yeah, the difference is not even font size. It's just a small padding difference. But these are the two versions right now. And there's no need to complicate it. The code is here. I can always change it later. And if here we just say props size equal to small, just styles small. Here we also need to check if it is even, but that's actually implicitly correct. So small would mean padding 30, 1.25. So padding left 1.25 rem. And let's do that right here in the header where the button is. Okay. Now, in reality, I think the font size is also, yeah, okay, great. So the small button will also have a smaller font size. There we go. Great. I'm very happy for now. Now, let's talk about responsive. First of all, the container, first of all, we need breakpoints. So in styles, I'll create breakpoints. No, not in styles. I'll create breakpoints.d.ts in types because StyleX has this limitation. You cannot use breakpoints as a a variable imported from another file. It's dynamic, so we can use it in the style sheet. So I'll create types for the breakpoints, and I'll use the tailwind breakpoints as reference just to have some there that are good. Small, medium, large. Yeah. So I need a type, which will be small, small max media query. Yeah. Which will be, it can be just one type of string, media screen and max width 640. That's exactly right. I will not have min. I'll have medium max media query, which will be just that 768. Large, which will be just that. I love Copilot. So XXL on V1536, it will be my width, which is 1266 plus 60 for the gutter. So above 1326. That's the container width. And that is because above that, I will not need to do anything in theory, because the grid will not collapse. And let's order these a bit. These types I need because I want to have consistency of breakpoints. And here, in order to have a style on breakpoint, for example, let's change this background color to red on medium. I need to write it right here. Media, min width, like this. And I can't do it with a variable here. For example, medium like this, because StyleX would not let me import it from an external file. I need to define it here. And the best way to ensure consistency is to say medium is equal to this and have the type medium max media query, which will make sure that it needs to be media screen and max width, that it's consistent. And to ensure consistency with TypeScript types. It's not great, but it's the best I can do with StyleX at this point. There's no capability for that otherwise. So yeah, with that in mind, let's remove that and go back to header. Here, we need to do some styling and possibly states. Now, on mobile, gets interesting. Let's go to font awesome and get a hamburger. Yeah, we need to do that kind of thing. So get the bars icon as an SVG. I will, let's see what I'll do. I'll go to header and just put it here in a button element. Okay. So let's simplify that. I'll have the path and the SVG. So we have an inline SVG here in the button. Here we'll have an area label, which will be open navigation or open menu. And let's make it type button as well. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, we have that. So the width needs to be in rems, of course. I think I can use, yeah, let's use font sizes, 20. Ah, let's have height as well. Why is that so big? It's interesting. I'll check it in a second. Why is that so big? It's very weird. With, oh, okay, that's a CSS variable. I can't use it. So let's just do 20. 0.833. Okay. So that will also be height. Let's just check how it looks. Might make it smaller or larger. So let's go with 1 rem. That's also small. So 1.25 will probably be better. Maybe even, yeah, 1.75. I'll stop at 1.5 for now. This needs some style. So StyleX props. I'll call it hamburger. So basically background none, just reset the styles of the button. Yeah, border none, cursor styles are not needed. This is a mobile thing. Um, but sure, why not? Let's have them for desktop users. And here, yeah, this is a button. That's all we need for now. So I will say the following. The header nav should have some kind of header nav wrapper or desktop container or drawer that will open on mobile. And that should just be a div. I'll call it drawer. And we will include it here like this. Okay. And that will include all of the links. And most importantly, that drawer, it should be fixed to the right on mobile. But for now, first of all, it needs to copy these styles. Actually, it was drawer, I believe. Yeah, it has to copy these styles. And additionally, it needs position that is default static. It's fine. On breakpoints, which breakpoint? Let's see. Let's see where the nav doesn't fit anymore, basically. So something like actually quite early. But yeah. Excel 1280. So let's define that. I think I can simplify them like this. I believe so. It shouldn't be necessary anymore. Yeah. And besides that, yeah, what I was doing is on this breakpoint, it should be position fixed. And it should have top 0, right 0, bottom 0 as well. So let's see what's happening now. We have a invalid pseudo or at rule. Yeah. Okay, that is nice. I like that. Great. So additionally, flex direction should be default row and on this breakpoint, column. So we have some progress. And finally, let's we need to modify a couple of things here. Mostly have position flex direction, top right, bottom gap. So all this padding will be default 0 and on this breakpoint, only like 1 rem will be fine. Actually, 2 rem. Yeah, that's a lot better. And we need to be able to close this. But first, let's modify the gap. Here, have a gap that is default to rem. And on this breakpoint, it will be 0.5 rem or something like that. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's all right, really. And align item center will be the default style, but we'll change it on mobile to start. Okay, that looks awesome actually. Now we do need a background color here. So do that last. Background color will be default transparent. And on this breakpoint will be colors hash like 100. And some drop shadow is necessary. You just drop shadow, default none. We need some elevation here. X will be -5. Probably 0, 1 rem. Let's go with 0.5 rem here. Let's see. Pretty bad. Nothing is really happening. Oh, minus 0.5 is correct, I think. Do we have it? Oh, drop shadow. Oh my god. Box shadow, please. Yeah, better. Okay. 0.5, 1.25. Let's go with 2 so that the elevation is clear, very clear. And also make this less intense or maybe more intense, not sure. Like this intensity is not bad. It helps. It helps with separation of layers. So I'll leave it at 0.1. I'm okay with that. Now, the activity is indicated with this. The nav links need to have width, which would be default, what they are right now, fit content, and yeah, Copilot is awesome sometimes, you know. This way we have this activity indicator, which I find nice, actually. We might move it to the side, to be honest, because it looks a little bit weird like this. So let's do that. So border, yeah, border bottom is default this. On Hexel, it becomes none, and border left is the opposite, pretty much. Yeah, this will be default, and this will be that breakpoint. And it doesn't really work. Why is that? None, and on Hexel we have this border left. Okay, why is that the case? Let's see the computed styles for clarity. They are a little bit hard to read, to be honest, because just hard to scan them. Border left. Let me check for typos. I don't have any. So we have border cover. Here are the media queries, border bottom none, but I don't have my border left, which is bad. Maybe I have an error here somewhere. But doesn't that the style? That's what bothers me most. Why does it ignore border left and not border right? Am I crazy here? I mean, honestly, inconsistency in border shorthands. Border left width, border left style. I mean, okay, let's do that. Border left width, default 0, and this breakpoint 2 pixels. Border. I need to copy that and become solid. Okay, so I need to do that. That's wow. I don't I don't know what to say about that. That's crazy. That's very bad. Like, why does border right work? The shorthand and border left doesn't. Doesn't make any sense. That's so bad. I would actually, I will write in the issues of the StyleX repository about that. That's not really nice at all. So solid transparent, whatever. Yeah, move it to the left, and we need to modify the padding on that breakpoint. Then this will be the default, and this will be the top right remains 0, bottom remains like this, and here we'll have a small padding on the left to accommodate that activity indicator. 0.5. Okay. That's good. And now here in the drawer, we will just make this more sometimes. Top is 2rem, right is 2rem, bottom is 2rem, but here we will do less than 2rem. 2 minus 0.7, right? Yes. So that is 1.2, 1.3, excuse me. So this one is on to the left, basically. That will make it a bit easier. And yeah, that looks good, honestly. Let me just zoom out again. Works okay on this on desktop. It still doesn't open, and we need to close it too. So here we need to look for X mark and download that SVG. And the X mark will be in the drawer. First thing, I'll use a similar architecture. Yeah, the same width and height. It will have actually the same styles because why not? And it should have a close menu label. Let's see it. Okay. And besides that, this yeah, close button. Let's just have it as close. This will be display default none and none. Okay. Yeah, I don't need default actually. Do I? Oh no, yeah. I need default none, and on the breakpoint, implement pseudo or at a rule. Let me see what's wrong. Oh, this is a style. I've put it in the wrong place. And it can probably be closed. That's not a reserved word in JavaScript, I believe. Yeah. Besides that, background color, none, border, none, cursor, pointer are some nice touches. And margin left, auto. Is that the padding to the right? It's so big. Yeah, let's make this more. It will be right here in the drawer, right? Yeah, 1.3 rem. Like this. Or we can just have it at 2. Yeah, just let's have it simple and clear for now. I'll do margin bottom here. A little bit extra spacing, but besides that, in fact, maybe I shouldn't do margin bottom to push them further down, but no, I think it's fine. So this is navigation on mobile. Now we just need to handle opening and closing that. And to do so, let's just translate it away. We'll have transform, default none, and on this breakpoint, it will be translate x minus 100%. In fact, let's do 90 so that we can still see it. That is the correct translation. But it is. So no, it isn't. 90% is the correct translation. Yeah. So 100%. And opacity, default 1 and 0 here. And now let's add a drawer open state, right? Where? Here, I believe. Where's the drawer? Okay, here it is. Drawer open, opacity 1, and transform translate x 0. Here we need to do that. Let's just see the, yeah, okay. And the drawer needs transition on opacity and transform, which should be nice at 0.25 actually, because they're a little bit, it's a little bit of a larger element. And now let's open it. We need state. So let's do that. To do that, we might need to make this an Astro client-side component or whatever, which I haven't done yet. Let's see how it goes. I guess I did this wildly inefficiently, but let's import. First of all, let's move these styles further down because they're less important than anything else. And let's import useState from React. And we have is open, set is open, useState false. Quite straightforward. And here we will add some events. All right. And these events will be on click. We will set is open to false. And on the hamburger item, let's go up its props to different lines so that it remains readable, of course. And open to true. And finally, on the nav drawer, yeah, where's the nav drawer? Here it is, nav drawer. Here we need to make a type. Whoops, children. And then is open is Boolean. Optional Boolean for is. Header nav drawer props and is open will be styles drawer open. Great. Now we just need to pass that. And it shouldn't work. Yeah, we need to make this a client component in Astro. How do I do that? Is my question. And actually, I think I did a wrong thing here. The entire header doesn't need to be, it kind of needs to. Okay. So let's go to astro.builds and see how we can hydrate this basically. So hydrate React component. Let's see, client, I want client vote. So we have a couple of client directives, idle, visible, and vote. Well, let's do client vote. So this should be everything we need to make this a client component. And I have to do it on the page where I use header currently. Okay. Now, if I do idle, it might take longer to vote. In terms of performance, it will probably be better, but let's leave it like this for now. Might not be an issue, actually. I really like that effect. Seems good. I don't like the buttons are not really aligned right now. I dislike that a lot, but I'll see what I'll do later about that. For now, we have the navigation set up correctly, and I'm happy with that. Finally, the hamburger needs to be hidden on desktop. So let's do that real quick. I'll go up some of these. This became a larger file. I'll talk about this in a second. Let me just not forget hamburger is display. And on this breakpoint, block. And don't forget that. Okay. Great. I like that. So as I mentioned, this file became a little bit larger at 200 lines. I would say this is the max amount of components and styles that have in it and call it acceptable. We can move each of these components to its separate file, nav drawer, nav, header. But at this stage, it's more convenient to have it like this because this is the header and you will need to edit all of these in one place. Additionally, header doesn't need to be the actual header. We could have had this as children and then compose it in a different file, but in this case, I don't need that. I need it to be exactly as it is right now. And the links will be right here, but I'll leave them for now. So we have our header and our logo and our header navigation. This was one of the harder components because of this interactivity, but it did turn out great, I think. A little bit of the layout here needs to be updated for alignment and just more pleasant UI, but I can do that later, off camera, basically. Let's now talk about other components. I want to implement what next? Footer. Okay, that should be straightforward. I'll just create another file, call it footer. All right. Now let's use the footer landmark. It will have styles, of course. So let's prepare for that. It will be display flex as well. So I'll leave that. It's quite straightforward, the footer. We have, first of all, display flex. Yeah, no wrap. Align items center, space between. All right. We need some padding, top and bottom of 60. So 2.5 rems. Border top. Path cover, 1 pixels. This, which is, let's go to the theme, Ash 600. So import covers, you know the drill by now. Border top will be 1 pixel solid, and border cover will be Ash 600. Does it work? We don't have it yet, so let's add it here. Footer. Import footer from components footer. Okay, so we have the border, padding. Very good. I don't think I'll need, not that I don't think I'll need them. I don't need children for the footer. That's a great suggestion. 2025 budget warden, I believe. Yeah, budget warden 2025. By the way, let's do that. This will be done at build time. Sure. I don't care. It's great. I don't have to update it manually all the time. And here we'll have the navigation, which I'll make separate component for that, just for cleanliness, I guess. And let's have a nav again. Okay. We'll have StyleX props nav. We need a gap, I believe, between the items, which will be how much? 30 pixels. And that should work well. And finally, this should have props, generic children props. A typo here, which I haven't noticed yet. And we'll use that right here, very similar to the nav component. And let's reuse that header nav link and have a footer nav link or whatever. And exactive is not needed here. Okay. And this will be styles link. So this will be block support legal. Block. Legal. Well, let's leave them like this for now. We'll update them later. Now, the link, let's see the typography. Text decoration should be none, just so that I don't forget it. But otherwise, it's 20 pixels that I bought. Enter. So font size is 20. Font weight. Yeah, that should be fine. Color would be colors what? Prime. Prim. And this is the default. And on hover, we'll have that. Quite straightforward. But as you can see, it works great. We need align item center here. Oh, we have it. We have some spacing somewhere. Ah, the default paragraph style. Okay. I would say let's have footer copy. Just copy styles. Margin 0. And what font size does this have? 20. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That's very good, actually. Now, the next step I'll take is to, by the way, I should probably change the body background, but that will happen in a bit. Actually, that's a little bit complex because it shouldn't be in theory, but I have to do it somewhere in the main layout where I have styles, but I want to use a variable for the color. So I will probably import StyleX here. So I can do that. And I can say background color equal to, let's import colors from, where is that style? Like this. And I can use colors. What's the background? This one. Let's see the theme. Ash 200. Okay. Ash 200. So this is the body. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. We have body styles, but also this one. And we need to use attributes here because this doesn't accept class name, but class. And StyleX does have that function. It's a specific, but in the end, this way I can use my variable for the color here, which is what I need exactly. In fact, I could move all of these, honestly, without any trouble. I could move at least that. This will optimize it a bit. I'm not sure about these because the HTML tag won't have them. Let's try. Let's see what happens. Not too worried about it, honestly. Just syntax problems. With height, what's the issue? I have a syntax issue somewhere, which I don't see apparently. Is there a VS Code issue? Oh, it was just highlighting, syntax highlighting issue. That's so annoying. So this is my only global style as a side effect. That's not bad. That's awesome. I like it. Okay. By the way, my border top seems very dark here. Why is that? Border bottom, border top color is black. Okay, why is that? Let's go to footer. And let's see. Oh, okay. Probably just need to do that. Yeah. So that's good. Footer done. Let's mark it as done. These take some time, but that's just how it is. That's why sometimes it's a good idea to use a pre-made components library. But either way, you have to customize if you want a custom design, which you always do. So heading. So this is a reusable component for heading elements. I was considering if I want to do that. And I am still considering if I want to do that. Let's leave that for last. because of reasons. Prefooter also. So I'll do tag first. Okay. Tag should be straightforward. This is a tag, an icon with a user, an icon with a calendar. So let's create a file. Call it tag. Export it by default. It will be a div, of course. Display flex is fine. Align, yeah. And gap, we should have a gap. What's the gap here? Let's see. 20, 0.833. What else? Not much else, to be honest. We need inline flex display. Okay. And the tag should have an icon and some text. And the text really is intermedium 24 pixels. So we can leave the text to be the children, but let's have some. So here we have a couple of options. The icon can be a prop, pass items. This way we need to parse it and all kinds of nasty stuff. So instead I'll make two internal elements to use, which will be const tag label, which will just be whatever. Span is fine, just fine. It can be the div. And tag icon. Both of these will just have children and StyleX styles. They're purely presentational components. So I'll call that label and that icon. And actually, this file will export all of these. Whoops. All of these for use by the developer. And icon will have the following styles. It has to have width and height bounds, 19 by 22. In this case, I believe, yeah. I think I'll make this a little bit more consistent and just have width 0.833 rem and height 0.833 rem. Like this. And I'll have label to have font size what. Let's import font sizes and font weights. And label will be the font size 20 and font weight medium. Okay. Both need to be color ash 900. And what else? I think that's pretty much it, to be honest. And here I can add an icon and I can add a label. That's pretty awesome. Let's see. Kind of works well. We need to test with an actual SVG, so let's do that. First of all, let's have icons here. I can have them in assets. And they can be just, I have two icons, the calendar and user. So I'll do calendar first. Let me see, can I copy the SVG code? I can, but it didn't copy it. Great, it's awesome. Fill is current color. These clip paths can almost always be removed entirely. The fill can be removed from here, and we're left with that. Okay, exported by default. By the way, we will need, no need to have props because width and height will be bound by the parent, whatever the parent is. And I have user icon. Let's copy that the same way. Come on. Why do I need to do it 2 times? It's annoying. Okay, let's test out. Okay, calendar and user. Let's do calendar now. Requested image doesn't exist. Oh, this is not an image. Looks okay. Let me see. It's not perfectly aligned. Is that 20 pixels? Yes. Should it be 20 pixels? It's actually 24. Why did I make it 20? Maybe that's why it looks a little bit misaligned. I mean, honestly, 20 is better. It's too big. And do I have a line item center? I do. Why does it seem off center? Maybe it's the line height. Let's do height equals 1 here. Okay, that's better. So let's do another one. Okay, they work fine. That's done. Let's mark it as done. Now we need a cart. Let's just copy a file again. New file, cart tsx. All right, cart. Styles cart. Now a cart is what? A couple of things. First, a layout, column layout. We have an image, a heading that can also be a link, a description, and footer. Also, should it be an article HTML element semantically? Maybe. Let's see. I think so. Self-contained composition. Yeah. A forum post, a magazine, a newspaper, in any possible. So these shouldn't be an article. And to be honest, no, you can say they should be an article because they're separate compositions of items. So let's use the article element. I think it wouldn't hurt semantically in this case. And additionally, let's do display flex direction column. What spacing do we have here between elements? 40, 1.66. So gap is, wow, okay, that's nice. Additionally, this will be the body, this will be the footer, and we need a header. So we can have a cart header. Yeah, cart footer. Great. And I'll call it cart content. That's quite awesome, honestly. Now, yeah, the header will certainly be vector graphics, whether that's an inline vector graphic or a remotely loaded vector image. But in either way, we want that frame right here around the image, which has some padding, 30 pixels top and bottom. In this case, maybe 20. Let me check. No, it's 30 pixels. So let's add 30 pixels padding. Of course, that will be the header. What was I doing? 1.25 rem, padding, border radius, which should always be 10, 416. Okay. And I think, oh yeah, background color, which will be, let's import colors. I believe hash 100. And that needs to happen for the header. So that's the header style. All right. By the way, no default export. Export all of these. So the header, the content, What does it have? Header and footer, basically. Well, the deal here is we can have some spacing between them, more elements, or just props. Or I can, yeah, I should have more props here. I was considering different options for implementing that, but I want that one. Card content props. And I'll explain my rationale behind it. There are many ways to do this, though. You can have an href possibly here, and possibly no children, but title and description. Or heading and content. No children. Okay. So here's the deal. We will have styles here. By the way, this is header. And this is content, body. Let's go with body. Let's go with content. For consistency, I don't know why I would not call it card body. If it's card content, it will be card content. And it will have similar styles to this one, but with a different gap. Come on. And different gap that will be, what, 20 pixels. 0.833. Okay. Besides that, where am I? Yeah. Besides that, here, now that heading, we cannot, unfortunately, I would like to be able to do the heading level like this and be able to swap elements here, but would that work? Probably yes. Let's hope so. And then that trickery. I mean, I have actually. Does work, but not with strings. So I'm not sure about that. Let's test. We can see if it works. I need that. The heading level prop, I need it because I need to build a hierarchy. For example, here we have an H1, H2, H2, H3. But here we'll have we might need to have an H4. The card is a component and it should be used in different hierarchical levels. And I want to have a strict hierarchy of headings on my page. That's why I am passing this as a prop. But let's test. I need to have a card here to test, and I'll do that. So card, let's import things for it. Import card, card header, card content, and card footer. Great. And I'll have a card header. Let's test that as well. Card content, heading level will be an H3. Heading will be test. Paragraph. I think that was called what? Content. This should be optional, by the way. So here it is, heading, and that does work, which is quite awesome, to be honest. Yeah, that's quite awesome. Okay, let's let's go back to cart, close a little bit of items. Let's make these optional, the content at least. Heading, not so much. Additionally, if we have, this actually needs to be an anchor tag. Okay. In the other case, this can be this. Great. Now, in either of those cases, we have to apply styles to this. So I will call the styles heading and apply them right here. Both of these, of course. Let's see the typography of them. They have to be the same, by the way. 30, yeah, 30 bold, Intel 30 bold. So let's do that. Font size, font sizes. 30, and font weights, bold. All right, great. Let's don't close that, please. Let's open index and add an href. Okay, that's great, I guess. Um, let's add link styles as well. Covers primary. This is of course both. Yeah, we need to add hover. We already have done that so many times. Primary hover. Of course, with that we need transition, and we need to apply that. Okay, awesome. Additionally, let's do spacing. Do we have? We don't have margins, and we don't need margins. And we need the paragraph, which is called how content. I'll call it description because content repeats 2 times. Yeah, description is fine. And let's paste it here. That is if it is available. Else, no. Okay, so style description. Did I go with that? No, it doesn't exist right now. Just margin 0. Okay, margin 0. And let's see the styles, typographic styles, 26, enter regular. So font size 6. It will be regular by default. No need to do anything about that. And I need to change this to description, make it optional if it's not already. It is. Okay. What's going on? This is this paragraph. So this is basically a card. And it just worked great, honestly. And that's all I needed from it. And I have it. Let me just check. Do I need other functionalities? I have the oh, I need an option to not have a header like this one, but rather just an image. It's based how? Okay, so this can be not cart header, but any other element in the cart, and it will just work. Awesome. This will work. Absolutely. Oh, the footer. We need to implement the footer. I almost forgot that. Here it is. Children, the footer, how it's made right now, just needs some flex styles. Nothing else. Styles footer. Let's add them right now. Footer needs to be flex, justify content space between, and align items center. And I think that's pretty much it. We are missing a symbol. Let's test it now. To test it, should be imported. And here I'll do tags. Let's import tag, tag what? Tag label and tag icon. Okay. I'll do it without icons for now because I'm lazy. But tag label will be author. And then let's have another tag, which is date. They should be spaced evenly on the 2 sides. Work great. Absolutely no issue. The spacing, though, is a little bit bad because there are 40 pixels from the bottom, and that's actually correct. That's exactly how they should be. But I will, yeah, that's exactly how they should be. Okay, let's go forward. We made this component, which was a little bit complex, to be honest. Now we just need heading and prefooter. Heading is going to be this component which I use for headings throughout, and I want to have it for styling reasons, primarily, and other reasons too. I don't want to do side effects on normal. I'm using StyleX. I don't want to do CSS style side effects on normal headings and rely on that. So we'll go with heading styles. Now, to do that, let's first call this heading exported by default. I'll use the same technique as with so we'll have children and level, where level here can be, yeah, let it be that. So we'll have props level like this. That's the first thing. Now we'll have generic heading styles, which will include the following. I don't know if I want to actually include spacings inside a heading itself. I probably should to make my life easier. I probably should to make my life easier. Yeah, that's the good answer. But here we have 20, 60. This is obviously a layout decision, not really coupled with the heading. So I'm more inclined to do that in the different solutions to spacings. I really am. Yeah, that would be a lot better. Additionally, I'll do something else. So in terms of size, okay, we'll have size, level and size will be different. And size should be any of the font sizes, but not all of them, because let's see, we have 40, 40 again, this one is 30, this one is 40, so 40, 30 so far on page 1. This is also 40, I guess, so 40 and 30. Here we have, so far we only have 40 and 30 pixels of headings, which is surprising, but not bad. 32, so 40, 30, 32. That seems to be everything I have used. So size will be 40, 30, 32. Pretty restrictive, right? It is. Now, I again need to hard code these styles in order to have the best performance with style X, and that's not so bad because there are only 3. But first, let's apply styles heading here. Depending on props level, we handle that. Prop size. So we will apply. I really don't want that. That's worse. Just size equal to whatever props size is. That should be fine. And I need to implement 30, size 30. Okay, this handles font size and the level. We could, to handle spacing, I decided to do something else. We'll make a stack layout control like in XAML, WPF if you've done it, with different spacings. Because we have a grid for horizontal layouts, we need a stack for vertical ones. And that is the heading component. Let's test it quickly. Like, this is tedious, I give you that, but the end result is we'll have reusable components that we can use, which will be quite nice, actually, and will make our lives easier. Okay. Let's see where we're at. I was working on the heading. I believe I was at the point of testing it. So let's add a couple of them. I'll do that. And let's see the sizes. I believe we had 30, 32. And do we have anything else? Let's see. 32 and 40. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. That works pretty much as expected. The elements are correct. The class names are set. Now, I do need a solution for vertical spacing. By that I mean I have a grid system for horizontal layouts, but I still don't have a solution for these vertical spacings. And the thing is, if with the utility library like Tailwind, that will be no issue because I'll have utilities for margin, padding, gap, which will allow me to build any of these layouts with different spacings. Here with StyleX, things are a little bit more complicated in that I need to build such a system. One option would be, which I was considering yesterday, let me just see my component list. One option would be to create a stack layout component, or just a stack, which will just be a column flex layout with different gaps, which will be like gaps that will be S, small, medium, large, XL, with different gap sizes. The downside to that is I will pollute my markup, my raw output markup HTML with essentially unnecessary diffs because a stack will need to be a div with a flex layout, a separate div. Now, admittedly, that's not a big deal. If you think about it, here we'll have basically one or two diffs extra on the page, which would not ruin semantics, they would not ruin anything. So that is still an option. And this way, my vertical spacing will be handled within a single component and I'll be able to do changes to it easily, I guess. No, that's not really an issue. Now, the other option is to implement spacing styles and add them to different components so that I can add, for example, bottom spacing to each one of the components, like my heading, my button, my grid row with some kind of prop. And that would be better in the sense that the output HTML would not have extra elements for the vertical spacing layouts. It will be worse in that I need to write more code in my actual code base to implement that. And it will be spread towards this logic and this styles will be spread in many components. And I can figure out a way to reuse them, of course. I will most likely, if I do that, I would most likely generate a StyleX style sheet with different spacings and just maybe some hook and reuse that. That's how I would do it probably. React hook in the React component. But at this point, seeing as the stack component would also not really have significant downsides, I have very clean markup either way, I would probably go with that. So we really have to implement that component, the stack layout for vertical spacing and the prefooter. And I left prefooter for last because it's really a part of the page, not really an atomic component to be reused. But yeah, it is in this list, so why not? Let's go forward with that. I'll build the stack layout using this row component as base. Let me create a stack tsx file. I'll export it as default. And flex direction will become. Now we need special props, stack props. What should I do here? We need spacing here. So I could say gap. That is one option. Another option is to pass some value, but I don't want dynamic styles. And I want consistency. So 4 spacings should be enough to implement this entire website. And I can extend that later if needed. I need to strategically determine these. We have a lot of 40s. So that's something to note. The spacing between is 20. And that's pretty much what we have here. Here we have 80. What's interesting is here we have a little bit of an overlap, which I do not like. That's some kind of Figma issue. But we have 80 and 60. So let's see what else. This is auto, okay. This should be 40 and some 20s or 30s. Yeah, 20. Let me order these, 20, 40. Yeah, that seems Seems reasonable because I reuse spacings. They need to be consistent to have a sort of balanced layout. And it seems like these four should do. You can, of course, combine them. It's hard to measure this, but yeah, it's 60. What about here? 20. Okay, so pretty consistent. If I go right here, it should again be 30. Or no, it's 80. We have that. And let's measure these. Okay, 60. So I'm confident this will work out. Therefore, let's create my style sheet. I'll call the classes exactly as the gap props. So we can just define it like this. I'll let Copilot do this and I'll check. I presume he actually calculated from these numbers, but let's check, of course. So medium should be 40. Yeah, he did. That's awesome, dude. Sometimes LLMs are very good. They do save some time. And he picked up my code style, meaning 3 decimal digits and stuff like that. This is awesome. Now here we need to pass styles. No, props gap. Props gap should be mandatory. You don't need a stack layout without a gap, honestly. So I can do a styles props gap, and that is pretty clean. So I can use that stack layout to basically build my vertical layouts. Let's see what's left. I believe the prefooter, which is really a part of the page. So yeah, but we need it before we start building the layouts, because after we build these components, I won't start with the pages. I'll build the layouts I need, which are very basic. They're going to be just 2, and I'll explain why. And then I'll start building them page by page, from the overview to the blog to the details. So let's go and build the prefooter. I will again copy this item. Actually, let me test my stack first. What I don't like is that IntelliSense in VS Code doesn't really pick up imports well in an Astro file. Let's do gap medium. Works like a charm. It does look like a stack. Okay, I'll remove that now. And I'll remove these unnecessary imports, and I will go forward to the prefooter components. You know the drill by now. I actually don't know if I need styles on this main item. Let me see. Well, maybe. This illustration is overflowing a bit. So yeah, I will need some styles on this main item. But let's plan how we're going to implement that actually. Constrain this within the grid system, for sure. And it needs to have a padding, and this will probably be just some background image that's absolutely positioned. Yeah, that's the plan for now. So to do that, it has a border radius of 20, some background. Let's do that. Okay. The padding is 60. Yes, and on the bottom as well. Okay, that's consistent and good. So let's calculate 60 by 24. Yeah, 2.5. I should have learned them by now. Let me show that again. Now, this should be styles prefooter. I don't think I'll need props here. Yeah, I won't. This is a shared thing. I will import it so that we can start seeing it. Let's see what's going on. Okay, great so far. Now, inside, we want a grid. So let's do that. I need a row and col from grid. I'll put the content inside that item. Now, here, by the way, this can be a section for semantics. Here we have a heading. That should be an H2. Let's import heading. Size is what? 40. And this is the text. So let's copy it. As you can see, it gets easier. When you build up the components, eventually it starts getting a lot easier. Admittedly, if we started with Tailwind, we would have been further ahead right now. We had less styles to write, and it would have been easier to get this out of the gate, really, to ship this simple website with Tailwind, without a doubt. Here I'm testing StyleX. I'm still not sure if I like it more than Tailwind, to be fair. There are a lot of downsides, but admittedly, as you go along, it gets easier. When you have a solid component base, it gets a lot easier at some point. So we also have this paragraph. By the way, I have zero styling options for paragraphs, and I might need to build a component for that as well. Which is not great, but let's leave it like this for now. And this needs to be a stack. We have 20 here and 40 here. So here's the deal. We need 2 stacks. That's what I meant. It's a little bit taxing on the markup, but that should be fine. Gap here should be small, I believe. And here we have 40, so I believe that's medium. There we go. And here we have a button. That was good. I will leave all links as hash for now. Just let's check what's happening. Yeah, we have some spacing from the paragraph because it defaults still. Sign up. Here I might need the small button. But say I need the small button, but not with the small padding, which I had in the header. This sort of thing is not an issue with Tailwind or utility library, but here I need to have a more robust architecture. So let's go to the button and refactor it. Right now we have size small, and that applies different padding and different font size. So we need more properties here. I need font size, which could be 20. I guess let's limit the options. As limited as it is, the more limited, the better right now. And small will be, by the way, this is inconsistent with the conventions I'm using. If there is prop size, we can refactor this like this. There we go. And font size will be a little bit different. So props font size. By the way, this shouldn't work, right? Yeah, of course it shouldn't work. If that is defined, I would like to apply styles, and let's do a string. I'll call it, yeah, let's do that. FS props font size, something simple and not too, no, just not too long, so that I don't pollute my code with it too much. It's not very beautiful, that. I'll give you that. But it's an option. Now I need to refactor existing items with that. The great thing is we only use it somewhere in here. Yeah, size small. And we need to apply font size 20. Let's see what's happening. Okay. Now I can go to Prefooter and apply font size 20. There we go. That's great. So let's build a similar component for paragraphs. Okay. And export it by default. Now the good thing is here we don't need that. We'll always export a P. Okay. And we'll have styles, which will be margin 0. font sizes and my paragraphs, if we analyze, we should have basically 2 or 3 sizes at most. 24 is the base, so we don't need to add that. We have 26. This is my tag, so no need to do that. And this is the box close, but it's 24 base font size. So 26 or 28. And size is optional because it can be the default. And call that font size. Yeah. So let's have FS26, FS28 right here. Calls that. If, of course, if props font size is defined, then we add that because it's not required. And this should suit my paragraph needs. All right. Let's see where we're at. Prefooter. So here I should place that. What was the font size here? Let me check. All right. So that part of the layout is pretty much done. I like it. One thing here, that our letter spacing of headings should be a little bit tighter. I believe, yeah, -1%. And that is kind of everywhere, but I want a small, let me see, how did Tailwind handle letter spacing in terms of words? I think it was tight or something like that. Let me just check quickly, because I want a few levels: tight, tighter, normal, normal, tight. I think I'll have normal and tight. That seems reasonable. And that's only for headings, because paragraphs should have consistent letter spacing. Actually, line height as well, which I can add here. I believe I have it as default. Let me check. You should have line height 1.5. No, I added it in the body, but that completely does not affect elements. So I didn't take something into account. When I move these styles, can't have this. And I actually don't have line height 1.5 at all. So let's put this back here. Now I did want to add line height here, 1.5 to the paragraph by default. And I want to add letter spacing options to the heading. So how should I call that? By the way, how did Tailwind call the utility overall? Tracking. Wow. Yeah, that's a typographic term. I don't like it. So I'll do height. And normal is just the whack of this basic prop. And let's do tight, which will be letter spacing -1. Do I have, no, I shouldn't have -2%. This is -1% basically. And let's add that here. Props. There we go. Copilot completed this very well. I want to collapse this a bit. Readability, because it does get kind of hard to read at some point. The StyleX props function. Now, let me close some of these additional things which I added. By the way, it's a good time to remove this background from the grid system because it annoys me a little bit. It was temporary either way. I think it was in the columns. Yeah. Besides that, also another thing I forgot, the row doesn't account for the padding gap. It needs to have negative margins, which should be 1.25. If that is the gutter, that is the gutter. It should be, that is correct. The width should be, might be a little bit wrong now, but it isn't. Okay, great. That's what we needed. Okay, the next step is to bound this within some width to avoid collisions with this illustration when we add it. To do that, I can just add a span to this column, and it should be about 5 columns, but I can't say because we have padding and it gets recalculated. But let's see what's going on here. So with 5 columns, we get 460. We're looking for something around what size? Looking for something around 490. Actually around 500. So 6 should work better. 558. So that's as close as we can get. It should be fine. Next up, let's export this illustration. So first I'll optimize it with this 2 in this case. Here, I'll play with the precision. I can't go with 0, but 1 is fine, I believe. Let me check. You can always show original to compare, and 1 is not fine. If the precision numbers is 2, however, it's fine. Transform precision, we can put all the way down there, no transforms apparently. Besides that, the rest should be fine. So we did save half the size. I will, instead of moving it with the file explorer, I'll just resave it here. Might be faster. Marketing website. So where should I put this? I'll put it in assets. I'll call it Prefooter illustration. Open it with text editor. I will again check it out a bit because we have this clip path, which is probably unnecessary, and I'll remove it. Probably because it binds O elements. I presume that's some kind of frame in Figma. Otherwise, we have fill routes and stuff that should be fine. We need a view box. I would actually prefer not to have width and height, just view box. Fill none is okay. I will also convert this to spaces, and this is fine. Now, I want to see how I can properly load images in Astro, because there might be something like next image. Let's see. Local images kept in source. Astro can transform, optimize, and bundle them. Okay, that makes perfect sense. And we can, I think, import it, yes, and then use it in source with image from Astro assets. Let's see what it does. I want to test it out. I haven't. I want to see what it will generate. So in Prefooter, by the way, can I import it here? Can I? I don't think so. But let's see. It doesn't seem to be a React component, that's why. Still, let's check it out. So I can import the image here. Prefooter illustration image. I like to prefix actually in these cases. I think it's important to prefix because here, honestly, you have components and hooks, React, constants, functions. An image is something different. This is a source. So I definitely would prefix it and separate it a bit. Could not process metadata. Malformed image. So it might not support SVGs actually. All the examples are with raster images, and that makes sense. It's made for basically optimizing them. Well, my guess so far, although I didn't read it in the docs, is that it's only for, I think I can use source here. Yes. Oat. Let's think about it in a second. Oh, what else do I need to do? I'm still getting this error, which is extremely annoying. So, oh, the import is not working. Okay. The thing is, initially, this was imported successfully. What I mean is, in the demo app, they used SVGs successfully with that. Let me see. What could be wrong about this file? It is an SVG document. Seems to be valid. Renders everything correctly. Yeah, it doesn't have width and height. But why would an import want width and height? It doesn't make any sense. Let's test that. Because really? Okay. That's weird. So I might want to import an SVG without width and height. That's perfectly valid, to to be fair. But okay, now let's try Astro image again. Valid argument passed to image. Yeah, as I presumed, it cannot be used in a React component as well. So that's not an issue really. I don't need optimization utilities here at all. Okay, I have my SVG. Now, I want to optimize it. So we'll lazy load it. Notice that SVG is not inline for performance reasons, because loading it as an image allows me to lazy load it when the page loads, and that should increase performance theoretically. It's so small that it doesn't matter, but it's great to have assets down below default, lazy load it. On the other hand, this one will for sure be inline. It will not load because it's a critical asset really. Let me take a quick break and we'll pick up from here. So far we have the prefooter almost ready. We just need to position this illustration appropriately. Okay, let's continue. Positioning now, quite straightforward. Let's see how it's positioned here. It's sort of random, but all I can do is just measure. So 88 from the right edge. And I think that will be the most significant one. Bottom 0. Bottom is not exactly 0, but we will position it so that this thing is equal to the baseline of the section, the plant, I mean. So let's have styles for it. I'll call them illustration, something basic. Let's get the StyleX props function right here. Will be absolute. The prefooter section should have position relative, so it contains it, of course. Bottom 0, right minus 88, which will be 3.666 RAM. There we go. Let's see. What do we get? Well, pretty good. Now, I actually really dislike that this doesn't work out of the box. I can modify the SVG so because I don't need that bottom part. I can update that easily. So we have a view box here. Let's add background to the no. So a couple of pixels. Let's see. We have 739 for 16. If I just make this more, that should be fine. And I believe I need to do -3 or something. No, I need to do 3 and 3. Something like this. Let me see. For 16, 0. That's the initial state. So we lower by 3 pixels. And then we move 3 pixels to the top. No, 2, 1 pixel. And now we have something better. And let's do one more. That's great. That's exactly what I want. Let me just go to my VS Code. Open with the text editor. I can just copy that. Great. This is actually perfect. We just see the horizontal line from the footer. We need to add some stack here to separate these, but that's fine. Now, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. We have some spacing here beneath her legs, but that's just how the illustration is made. And here the coins are actually good. That's literally not visible anywhere. Here we have some overflowing background. On the other hand, I can't make the entire section not overflow because let me show you the design. Just get back here. The person needs to overflow. Well, this part, I can, that's perfectly fine. No issue here. What I will probably do is, in order to contain this well, add this white space within the actual section and actually apply overflow hidden on that. This way there will be no need to play with z-index or something like that. And I can achieve that very easily. by applying some props. So one way is currently we have this padding right here, and the section is the item with a background. What I would do is probably move this to a second wrapper right here. I would apply the spacing and overflow hidden. This way, this will be more specific. I like it more. Like this. Now, what we get is quite straightforward. This will not overflow further than that. And we have the spacing. We also accidentally applied side padding, which I don't need. I only need top and bottom in the outer wrap. So I can do that. And that's great. Okay. So my prefooter is done as well. Let me just see what's going on here in terms of progress. I believe, yeah, that's all of these components are done. I'll delete this list now. Let me just mute Windows because it can be annoying. I'll delete this list and check out what we need to do next. So we have our fundamental components. Let's now build layouts. I need, currently in my layouts folder, let's see what we have. We have this layout.astro file, which is just a layout component. I'll call that base main layout. Let's call it main layout. And we need to update imports. Let's make sure everything works after the renaming. It does. This main layout will be basically a starting point which everything will inherit. It has base styles, resets, everything. Okay. So additionally, we need, of course, a layout with a navigation and footer, which we use everywhere. And one additional layout with only a footer, because if you notice, let me stop the grid from showing. If you notice here, we can use the layout with navigation and footer and add content between these elements. But here we have some special background decoration, and it would be great if I can have a footer only layout for this page and add the navigation in this top section instead of making the navigation absolutely positioned or some tricks like that. There's no need. We can have two layouts. So to do that, I'll call that footer layout, and we'll also have nav footer. And basically footer will inherit main, nav footer will inherit footer, and everything should be fine. So let's build the footer layout first. I shouldn't need StyleX, colors, fonts, or anything, just the main layout. And I should be able to do the following and the SWOT here, which, as I mentioned before, is like props children in a React component. Here we're in Astro files. And of course, besides that, let me see, what does the main layout have? Nothing, it's just the body. The SWOT, and here we need container. The footer doesn't have a container, to be honest. Container from grid. Yeah, imports are not good. I think there might be some kind of extension for this code for Astro. There was. I do have it though. I do have the Astro extension, but still imports in these files don't work very well. So container, and I need the footer, the actual footer. And this layout should be like this. What's wrong here? Let me check. Footer, exported by default. Conflict with local declaration of footer. Oh, basically the footer component and the footer layout are colliding. So for consistency, I will rename this. I don't like that, but it's okay. It might be better even. Now, let's test this footer layout now. I'll remove all of that. Could not import main.astro. Yeah, here we need to rename the import after the refactoring, and the footer is loaded successfully. This layout works well. Let's copy that in the nav footer layout, And the only difference here is we will import the footer layout, change that. We'll have a SWOT and the navigation. Actually, this is not good naming. It should be header footer layout because I call this a header, not a navigation. So let's import header. We don't need the footer import. We need container as well because the navigation is a container. And I hydrate the client component on idle. That's pretty good because the hydration is for the mobile nav, and that's fine to work on idle. What do we have here? Unnecessary imports. Let's import the header footer layout. Remove this and let's try adding some content. Great. So we have our layouts. Basically, let me draw it. I want to give you a sense what's happening. We have our main layout. Make this larger. We have our main layout that contains base styles, everything, base stuff, HTML, base styles, everything, resets, styles for the body, and some basic meta tags like viewport, a fav icon. Then we have the footer layout that adds a footer to the bottom of the body, and it completely sort of inherits this layout, meaning that it's composed within this layout as a child. And then, of course, we have the header footer layout. And we can, of course, create pages within any one of these. And we will. We won't create pages with this layout most likely, not most likely, but for now we won't. But the overview page will be built right here from this layout. And the box section, the entire box section, both detail and list pages will basically fall within this layout. So that's how we're going to build this. Now let's go forward. What we can go forward with is the overview page. We can just build it out completely. As I mentioned, we'll be using the footer layout for it. So let's update that. Great. Now to start this header, how it's going to work. This will be, first of all, the illustrations need to be in line for performance. Let's add the navigation here, the header. Again, client idle. Okay. And we have two illustrations, this background, which we need to export nicely and size it, and this basic item, this illustration, which will be within, it will probably also be absolutely positioned within that, the boundaries of the background and the section. And we have this content. The navigation will also fall within the first section. So let's create that section right now. This will be the most complicated section. Everything beneath that is just simple. It's much simpler. So to start, I will start with the content. Of course, we need the container within the section in this case. And the header within that. Let me just fix the indentation a bit. So what we have to do next is we have a stack layout here. So the navigation has some spacing built into it, I believe around 40 pixels, yes. And here you have additional spacing of 90, 80 actually, on both sides. So that encompasses the actual content. And for now, I will just add a row here. Let's import row and call from components grid. And add a column because we need to add some span to it to constrain it to not overflow into the illustration. we will need that later for the responsive styles. Let's add a heading. Level will be H1. And font size will be, I believe, 40. Yes. What's wrong? Oh, it's just size. That's inconsistent. I don't like that. Here, I also need to set letter spacing to, what was it, tight? Yeah. Let's copy the content. Now, this should be a stack layout with the smallest possible spacing gap. Okay. Let's move that heading right here. Okay. So this is interesting. This is a subheadline. I would like it to be a heading, but we need to add capability to the heading to have different font weights. We have 32 interregular and yeah, 32 is an available font size. I believe letter spacing is tight, and we have this text right here. The only thing I want to do is add the font weight prop here. So this will be optional, and I believe we have regular here. So let's have regular as an option. And if we have props font weight, just add the style for it. If it's regular, is it 400? Yeah. So one note here, I might be repeating myself a bit, but I guess that's normal. If you have used StyleX and you haven't watched my previous video with introduction, you notice here we repeat styles a lot. That's okay. That's basically the idea behind StyleX, to have non-repeating styles, but have them right here next to the component and easy to just modify. If you go and update headings, you go here, update the styles. Don't mess too much with global styles that are reused somewhere. Just more robust approach, but at the price of repetition. Now we can add that here, font weight regular, and we're good. Do we have 20 pixels gap between these two? That's good. Now the next item is a paragraph, which is it base font size? It is base font size, so nothing to do here really. Just import paragraph because it didn't handle it. What is it expecting? Oh, that's good to know. I have a typo in this long bad word. Great. And here we have some spacing additionally, a stack layout of 40. So that's the medium stack layout. I can take this out, add a second stack, just add these items to it. Great. And finally, here we have some items, buttons placed next to each other. We don't really have a layout like this because the grid system will not work well for that, as currently it just supports, we need to modify the grid a bit, but we'll do that. It's not a problem really. For now, I will add a row and 3 calls. Okay, let's add 3 of them. And here we'll add a button, which will be sign up. We have an href like this and import it. Let's add 3 buttons for now. I need to export the illustrations for the other 2 buttons, of course. So yeah, this is what we get currently with the grid system. We need to go ahead and modify it a bit. This row, actually the calls, there needs to be an option which disables flex grow, I believe. That should handle it nicely. Just go ahead and let's just remove that, which will be a little bit hard here because they're duplicates. Yeah, I just need to set flex grow to 0. And that option can be called, not sure how. It can be auto. It can be, I can have different layouts. This will be the fit layout. That's one option. And layout is optional. That would scale a little bit better than some specific prop for that. This layout prop can be reused for other layouts of the grid. So styles layout, and here we need to add a style for fit, which will be just flex grow 0. Let's do that update right here. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Now let's export these illustrations. Let's just make sure I'm exporting the right item without unnecessary spacing. Okay, SVG. Is that a raster? Oh, I don't like that. This needs to be vectorized. I don't know where I found it from, but let me see. Get it on Google Play. I guess I imported it as Illustrator file here, and probably it got rasterized. So let's do Photopea. Let me log in. Give me a second. Okay, I did log in to remove the unnecessary ads. And let's open the badge now. Great. It even has the guidelines. It's a little bit unnecessary, to be honest. And all these groups I will simplify, because if I export it like this, I will get unnecessary elements and I need to remove them in code. So remove all unnecessary groups, flatten this as much as possible. Now find the container without select this one. Seems like the border is somewhere else though. Yeah. So select this, the border, and crop around it. And we should be good to go. Now export to SVG. I want to minify it because I'll use it in line. And let's open it in, I guess I can't open it like this because VS Code would open it in its viewer mode. Let's do this and let's put it in line for now, just to see what's happening. Okay, we have quite a few paths. I'll go to assets and I'll do Google Play button. Dot. Let's immediately make it DS. Okay, we don't need a title. These styles, we have to handle them some way. I don't like them particularly because I need to do a lot of changes here in order to get them to work. Let's first remove all of these IDs. Clean it up as much as possible. This should become, I don't know what yet. It depends on how I will handle the styles. So each one has a single class. Let's put them in line. This is opacity 0, fill is FFF. I can remove that now. This is S1 is fill black. S2 is this fill. Copy a little bit. So I sped this boring part up. Let's make this a component. Add this markup right here. This should be TSX and exported by default. That should work just fine. Should absolutely work out of the box. We do have hard-coded width and height. That's fine for now. We'll handle this as the time comes. So let's import the Google Play button from assets. This will be moved to, this might be moved, to be honest, to components because it is a component and not an asset. That's a little bit of a flaw right now, but I'll address that. So Google Play button, and It needs to be a link, of course. And as it's an image link, it needs to have an area label, which is get it on Google Play. Okay. Great. So far, we're doing great. Now we need to set some width and height here. And I'll do that from this 61 should be the desired width. And we'll immediately get 206. 206 by 61. Okay. So let's pass these as props. So width will be string or number. Height will be string or number. The reason for that is I want to use rems. I don't want to hard code them, but let's have an option for now. 61 is 2.541 rems, 542. So this will basically be props height or 2.542. What's wrong here? Any number big and or oh yeah, problem. And let's copy that for width, except props width, and the default will be 8.583. Okay, it's not bad. It's pretty good, honestly. 8.583. And now we need to do the same thing for the App Store. But here it should be easier because we have a vector already. I should be able to export it. It should be cleaner out of the box. So this group seems like the right thing to export. Pretty good. Great. That's clean. Let's copy that App Store button. Yeah. Copy the SVG code. I will leave that like this for now. App Store button. These props can be used. I will evaluate all of the prop types and extract them to the types file later. For now, we need to do a more rapid prototyping. In the end, we'll refactor a bit and make everything somewhat cleaner. Let's import the App Store button now. Actually, App Store button was first, and it said download on the App Store. Okay, great. Now we need to do the same thing with the width and height, which we did for the Google Play button. I will just copy that. It won't be the same width and height, by the way, because it's smaller. We need to check. The height will be the same. But yeah, the width is not like this by default. By default, it should be 181. Good. That's very good, actually. Now, these don't have cover and focus states. I'll think about that later. It's not that critical at this point. I need to see what kind of grid span I have here. Something like 8 columns. So let's do that now. Here we have a call. Span is not something like, but exactly 8 columns, I'm guessing. Although it's not within the grid system exactly, which I don't like. What if we go with 7 columns? Will it wrap well? No. So 8 is the right decision here. We just need to constrain something further. This paragraph, mostly. And that's how we can do it with our existing grid system, a subgrid, basically. like this, and just set the span to 11. Try 11 and it should, yeah, works exactly as we expect. Well, great. That's actually quite good. I like how it's turning out. This markup is quite clean, minus the multiple stacks, but I don't think that's that bad. Realistically, what we get rendered is also not that bad. We have a few diffs, but overall, pretty clean layout. The heading structure is also intact, which is important. And we do have accessible buttons, which is great. Now let's go forward with interesting stuff in this section. I need to make the background. Now to do that, let me just move these two artboards further and resize this artboard to 4K because we need to take that into account. Obviously, I need this to be able to cover more spacing. So I have to do something like this. Let me see. I don't even know why. Yeah, I mean, that's how I build it. That's why. But it's not a big deal. So here we're good. I want to make sure that this matches well. And we have enough spacing here to cover all of it. I don't like that. So the easier option, which I will do, is just use the ability to add or subtract vectors, which I can easily create another ellipse here. Oh, it goes within the layouts. Yeah, that's normal. I need to set it as absolute, I think, from here. Or where was it from? No, this is the aspect ratio. This is the positioning. Yeah. Okay. And it needs to go. Let me first check where I am. Yeah. Right here next to overview. Now I'll find this layer. Here it is. Next to it. I'll copy its attributes and paste the same properties so that it has the same color, etc. Sometimes I need to copy properties in Figma twice, which I really dislike. And it didn't really copy the properties I want it to copy. But okay, I'm guessing that's okay. Not too mad about that. Where am I? It moved my shape really far away. Again, when I changed its position, I want it right here. And I just wanted to finish this nicely in case someone is viewing the site on a really wide screen, but I need something a little bit more. Okay, now let's position this so that we get a nice curve here. Great. That should be fine. Keep in mind that will never be visible. Like literally no one will open the site on this kind of. I mean, I guess that's not true. If you have a neutral white monitor, you will probably see that, but I mean, it's extra care to make sure that it works on this resolution as well. I will now combine these. We had some vector shape properties somewhere in here. Let me see where. We have, was it here? Yeah, union selection is what I need. It completely broke its layout though, which I hate. I really hate. Can I union that without breaking the layout? No, it's okay. I will union that. But first, before unioning that, I want to make a rectangle so that I cut off all of the unnecessary shapes out of viewport. Let's have some opacity here so that I can see behind that. Some opacity, like 20, and make this red. Okay. Like this is fine. We don't need utmost precision, but some precision. And here as well. So now I will union all of these. Actually, I'll subtract with this one. Yeah. But first, let me see where it is. It's probably somewhere. Okay, that's good. It's at the top. I am having some trouble here. Let me. I'll refresh Figma because I'm. This is out of viewport right now, and I don't like it. Probably some bug. Okay, it was a bug. Now overview. Here we have our two ellipses. I need to copy this background fill, and I can just go ahead and do the operations now. First, union these. The issue is if I union these two, I'll get another issue. So let's take them completely out of the viewport like this. Great. And now union to combine these two shapes and intersect, which should be where? Intersect and wait. It should be like this, of course. So yeah, intersect. Okay, that's great. And now finally, I need to actually create some viewport around it, which will be easy, but I'll first export that as an SVG so that I have the main shape. And now I'll go back so that it returns to the normal layout it was in the position it was in. And I'll show you what we'll do next. What we'll do next is remove that, change that back to whatever width we had our artboards in, 2073. Okay. And I can hide the layout grid. Let's just go to 100% zoom and make a screenshot. Okay. Now we'll take that screenshot in Photopail because here we have better tools for, yeah, it's in the clipboard. So no problem about that. Here we have better tools to handle the actual view box of the SVG. It'll be much easier. So first of all, let's cut around the actual Figma UI. Okay, now what we need to do and what we're actually aiming for is 3840 width or even bigger width, but we'll see after we add the shape. But 3840 is what we should be aiming for. And we get that, but not like this. We shouldn't drag and drop it because it gets resized. We want the actual size, which we can get like this, duplicate into the first project. Now move it in place. I'll change the opacity so that I can position it correctly. Move it in place, although it seems like it's still smaller. That can be for a couple of reasons, but it's a vector, so that's not an issue at all. I'm not sure why my keyboard shortcut, by the way, are not working at all. But whatever, it's not that much of a problem. I just need the transform controls right now. All right, so this is what we need. And we can expand this canvas further to like 5,000 pixels or whatever, or even more, which is great because we'll basically support infinite width of resolutions. And on ultra-wide displays, this will look great. And I care about that, even though it's not that important. I want it to look good on all monitors. And let's see. Yeah, that's awesome. It really is. Maybe we are 1 pixel off here. Yeah, more like 2. And with that, I can basically export. Let me just lower the canvas size a little bit more. Would be better. Okay. And I will remove that everything besides the vector graphic. I will crop it like this so that we don't include too much extra viewport. It's not going to hurt at all, but just for consistency and to avoid any potential issues. And this is the background we need. Now let's export it as an SVG. with the white space, 361 bytes. Pretty good, can't beat that. And yeah, background shape, it's going to be in line, doesn't matter how I call it. Let's open it. It's not even visible. Here it is. Now I of course need to incorporate that background shape in the section, and it needs to be somewhere here. It will be absolutely positioned. It needs to be in the section. So I can just do that, obviously. We don't need that. Opacity was for debugging purposes. I can set the fill to the actual SVG because we have only one shape, and I can remove everything else. Fill rule even not, class name. That's pretty good. Wait, oh, we don't need to use camel case. We're in an Astro file here. That's something. We might not have it in line like this, but let's check what will happen now. Yeah, basically it should appear relatively, okay, yeah, relatively positioned, and it's right here. And we need to position it absolutely. We need to apply some styles to it. And I can do that with StyleX. Let's import StyleX here from StyleX. In an Astro file, you can use StyleX styles, but you need to export them so that the StyleX compiler can find them. And I'll call it hero background, hero BG shape. Here, of course, we need to use StyleX ATTR's attributes, or I'm not sure if it was like this or like this, because it shouldn't spread to class name, but to the class attribute. This is the function for the class attribute. And we will do hero BG shape. A little bit more on that, let me explain. So StyleX supports not only React. In React, this has to become class name and some StyleX class, whatever it is, something like this. But that can happen with the StyleX props function. With the StyleX attributes function, it will do the same thing, but it will apply this, which is valid in an Astro file and some other frameworks, etc. Now, hero background shape needs to have position absolute with top 0. We'll see in a bit. We need to apply some other styles as well. But for now, top 0, this needs to be the hero section class name. So let's have that. I will apply the StyleX attributes for that. But it's still excessively large, of course. So we also need the overflow to be set. Here we need overflow hidden, and we're good now, but the shape is somewhere to the basically right of the screen. And to fix that, we need to have it centered. So left 50%, translate X, like this. And now we have it where it should be. Of course, Z index is interfering because this is just a background. We won't be able to have Z index -1. Maybe 0 might fix it otherwise. Yeah, we will need to set the actual content to a different Z index. Everything within the container, which will be, let's call that hero container position relative. That might already help without a Z index, to be honest. And Z index 1. Just a second. What is wrong here? Hero container. We have position relative and Z index 1. Is not set apparently. Oh, because container does not at all accept class or class name, which is an issue, but that's not really a big problem. We can solve that with this content element. And I'll call that, first of all, not like this, but hero content. And let's just, okay, without Z index, it works great. I might actually be able to remove that as well. Yes. Here we go. Okay, that is progress. We have the background, and the best thing is it scales pretty well. It shouldn't be positioned. So right now, and we have this, it's cut a little bit because it shouldn't really be positioned to the top, more like to the bottom. Yeah, and as we add the other content, it will become better. It will basically work better. Now, the other content is a little bit interesting because we want it to be, it is in the grid somewhat. Let me just show it. It is in the, it can be in the grid system. It can at least start in the grid system, but overflow, and that I think will be a better option. So let's first export it. It's an illustration which is hard to find right now. Headline. Okay, here it is. Let's export that one. Do we have? Yeah, should be good like this. Let me optimize it quickly because I don't know. It is quite raw. So number precision 1. There are slight differences, which I like. Looks better, so I will export it like this. There we go. And this will also be in line. It's in the header critical resource, so I'm going to absolutely put it right here. Now we do have a stack here in one column, and we can have another column with span 4. And that SVG element. Where is the problem here? Not sure. We have some syntax issues. First of all, that clip path is necessary. Let's clean it up and then we'll see why we have syntax issues here. We shouldn't, but we have them from call onwards. Oh, a typo here. So I have a lot of paths, fields, etc. Doesn't matter. Just this can be optimized. Look, we have repeating colors, for example, but that's not really that critical right now. What I want to do right now is also add view box. Fill none is fine. Let's see if it even appears on the site correctly, and it does. The grid system, there's some issue. Did I have wrong column counts? I need to do some clever positioning here to have this working as I expect it to work. I want it to overflow on one axis, but take height up. So I will call that hero illustration container. And it should have position relative and min height 449, which in rems will be 18.708. Okay. Let's apply that right here. So that's something. Additionally, we need hero illustration styles right here, which will be position absolute, top 0, bottom 0. It's not that important at this stage. And this way we get exactly what I want. Exactly what I want. Now, admittedly, that's a little bit to the right compared to the design, because here this text ends in the gutter, and we start from this count, basically. But that's not an issue, as you can see. It still fits the background very well, and I don't mind. So I opted for this a little bit of more complex architecture with a wrapper and not just the image, because I want the image to be absolutely positioned in overflow and not have any issues with the... I want it to overflow like this to the right. It's non-critical content. The content here is more important. At the same time, I want it to take up height, and that's the solution to this problem, basically. Now I can look at the background SVG a little bit because it doesn't scale well. I want it to scale better. Let me find it. at this point right here. Although this probably would be handled in a different way, it still needs to work better. In this case, I should probably change to an entirely different context and image. And that's fine. Okay, we need to set the Z index, update the Z index of this nav to a higher number. And we can do that in heading. It was drawer, I think, or something. Header, not heading. It was the drawer, I believe. I don't think I'll need a higher Z index than 3. And we need to also do some accessibility here. It needs to cause on body click outside of the element. It needs to cause on escape. Right now it's a little bit bad from that aspect, but we handle that later. So let me just zoom into 100%. The hero section is pretty much done, at least the initial version of it. Let me see now. We have this section. By the way, sections seem to be very consistent and they always have 60 pixels of spacing. I have in the prefooter this style, which is essentially a section, and I might make a component out of it. It's worth it as it will be reused enough. Let's copy some boilerplate section again, and the styles here will be these exact styles right here. And I can replace that here, this outer wrap inline style, with a section component. Everything should be the same, but I can now use my section component in my index file for the next sections. These SVGs are inline. I don't mind that. They're not components. I mean, they will be inline because they're in the header. I don't mind that for now. They will be only used here, so that's completely fine. No need to abstract them away in unnecessary components at this point. So let's import the section component, which seems to be a big problem. Now, for the rest of the sections, we can put all of them within a single container because that's how the layout is built. And I can use section like this. I have container, right? I should have container. Yeah, I do. And now let's see what we have. A heading, a level of H2, and some 40 pixel size. Okay. We have a stack layout here with a gap. What kind of gap? 60, which I believe is large. And then we have a row of cards, equally spaced columns. Let's add 3 columns immediately. And here I'll add card. So the card, actually that was important. Something happened with my Astro dev server. I needed to take a look at that. I don't need footer. I think I need card header and body in this page. So card header was the image container. If it was called card body, because I really don't trust this IntelliSense. It doesn't have any clue where I am. It's card content. And card content didn't have children. Rather, it had props for heading and I believe content. Element type is invalid. Let me see. We have some issue here. Let's first check the section component. It's exported. Now card header, card content. And I import these from card. Let's check card header, and card content. So that should be fine. We also have props, heading, and description. And I need heading level as well. Okay. Great. Track your spending or whatever. The heading has a very big spacing around it, which is awful. It shouldn't have that. Let me check. So I am reconsidering that card content class. It's not well built right now. We didn't have stack headings at that point, so it's unnecessary to have it at all. This is unnecessary. This and this is unnecessary as well. The href functionality is kind of cool though. Yeah, because it has that href functionality, but that can be a separate component. I'll show you what I mean. I want that href to encompass the whole cart in terms of clickable area. But yeah, that's not really necessary. Children should be fine here. Oh, I have a typo everywhere. Okay, let's fix that with generic replace all. Okay. All right. So now I can remove that completely. Yeah. And just have props children here. And cart content will be left with what? A gap, which I don't need as well. I don't need that at all, to be honest. What does the cart have? Well, the entire component becomes unnecessary because I can just use the body of the cart. So let's search for the, yeah, I removed everything necessary. Let's remove the cart content item now. And we can just have a cart header. Here we can have a stack with a heading like this, a paragraph. Yeah, whatever. Copilot is helping with some dummy content. Don't mind that at all. What else do we have here? Title and heading, that's it. And a stack. Good. And actually, the stack needs to be for all items. And the stack size, the gap is 40 here and 20 here. So 2 stacks. So gap here is small, gap here is medium. There you go. And something's wrong. Yeah, let's just check what's happening here. We have missing props everywhere, basically. First of all, is heading and paragraph even imported? It is. With that, let me restart the dev server because something is wrong with it. Okay, I restarted the dev server. Now, heading level should be H3. Heading size should be how much? 30 pixels. And letter spacing should be tight. Okay. Now the paragraph size is 26. And I believe I've satisfied all prop requirements we had. Let me open that again. So this is my basic layout. Now the next step is let's add the real content. One change I want to make is I always set this letter spacing to tight everywhere. I want that to be the default. So I will look for letter spacing tight in my files. No, that's not possible. Yeah. My VS Code is acting really weird, honestly. How can it not find this? Okay. So I'll change that prop to normal. And this will set normal and the default will be tight, which is like this. And now I just need to remove these. And this will make my API better for future use. And now I need to add the other cards. I'll add the illustrations in the end. Let me just fix that a bit because I'm finding it hard to read. So collapse this section. I'm working on the second section right now. 2 other cards. Great. We need to, of course, add span. Let's go ahead and add span. We have 3 columns. So span of 4. Okay. And what else do we have here? Basically, we need to add the real content and illustrations. And before adding the illustrations, I will add this content right now. All right. Let me close some items here that are not needed anymore. So this is the real content. Now we need to add the illustrations. And I'll take a quick break because I'm getting tired and making some mistakes. And we'll pick up in a bit. So the images, the illustrations more like, are they are still above the fold on some devices, which is why they are going to be in line as well. And plus, besides the fact that they're above the fold on some devices, they don't include that many elements. And they can easily be inline SVGs for the best performance. Now let's export them one by one. What I need to do is probably make an aspect ratio component, but first let's add them to the page and then we'll see what will be the next best step. Now let's start with the first one. I believe it's frame 28. Yes, of course. Let's open it like this. This is the first inline SVG. We can clean it up, definitely. Do we have auto formatting here? No, I don't. Some clip paths. Well, in this case, they might be real, so I won't bother too much. Let me just copy that in a separate HTML file so that I can format it properly and then paste it back here. We have width and height and basics, and we get this. Now, for the textual content, I can just remove that font family. That should be enough. Yeah, that's enough. Awesome. I do need an aspect ratio component, which font weight both. Yeah, these are fine. I need an aspect ratio component now, which I'll build. I'll call it aspect. Actually, let's just copy another component. It will be easier. So we need children and aspect ratio. There will be a default one, which will be 16 by 9. And in fact, I will only add that prop when the non-default one is even needed. If ever needed. I might only use 16 by 9. So this component will be display flex. Direction doesn't matter, so I can remove it. Aspect ratio 16 by 9. And we'll have align items. Center, justify content, center. I have a typo, as is mandatory by this point. So let's import that. By the way, oh yeah, that's fine. Let's see what we have here. Image placeholder, aspect, the component. There we go. That's not bad at all. But it's not centered, which is strange. Let me see why that is. So we seem to have the correct aspect ratio. But the height is the height of the SVG is higher. Higher than it really needs to be. It seems like, oh, because of the shadows. Yeah, of course. Of course. That makes sense. We can compensate that with a negative margin or something like that. But let's add the other images and we'll see if it's even necessary to do so. Let's copy that. Or not. It will just be more messy if I copy it, actually. So let's see. The second image is the one with the table. Let's see which one it is. Not this one, but 42. Okay. Let's copy that and format it. Just change language mode to HTML and format it so that it's somewhat understandable. And here we should again just remove font family. That's pretty much it. Should work after that. Great. And the last one is frame 9. The same drill. Format. It would have been nice if I had an SVG Loader here. I need to check, by the way, Astro might have an SVG Loader to make this markup more readable, easy to scan. Not that an SVG is a big deal. It's just a little bit long, but any text editor can basically go upset. Now, let me check in the design. Is that centered? Yeah, that is. So ideally, I want to compensate that height from the shadow a little bit. I can do that with a view box, because if I do that with a view box, it will cut it away. So I need to do it with the wrapping div somehow. I need some kind of a wrapper. Or I need to wrap the SVG in another element. Yeah, if that has some smaller height, like this, it works fine because it's over 4 visible by default. So we need something like this. A div with height 181, which should be just fine. And this is a very specific thing only for that offset because of the shadow. Okay, we have it built. This section is kind of ready. Now we can do the next one, methodologies, which is very similar actually. First, let me check if I have an SVG Loader in Astro. Experimental SVG components, SVG files, and use them as Astro components. It will inline the SVG. Set experimental SVG to true in your Astro config. Okay, let's try it out. That will be good. Experimental. Okay. Is that all that's needed? Import logo. So we use it like this. Let's test it out with the second image, for example. I will cut it. Let's see. Yeah, cut it from here. Organize your finances.svg. Change language mode to HTML. Format it. Save. That should be fine. And now I should be able to just import that to organize your finances illustration from assets like this. And I should be able to use it like this. Oh, I need to capitalize it as a component. Let's see. Did that work? I need to restart the dev server, I guess. I'm guessing I changed the config file after all. Doesn't exist. Probably Copilot. It's in assets. Called like this. And it does work. Great. This means I can improve the markup significantly. Let's do that for the 3 images here. Let's extract this one as well. This is visualize your progress. Open with text editor. And now import it, just like this one. There is something wrong. Great. And the last one is the first one. So let's cut that as well. This is create monthly budgets. Okay, with that capability, let me just import and I'll tell you what I'm thinking. All right, great. So with that capability, I can convert the items I was wondering what to do about here, like my icons and my buttons, to simple SVGs. But let's do that in the end. No need to waste time now. We will refactor at the end of the implementation for sure. It's just necessary. I like to keep it clean as we go, but some refactoring at the end is necessary because things change along the way and you find better approaches to solve problems like this one. Let's see, we can probably extract this as well, except that we have some styles here applied directly to the element, which I don't know if I'll be able to do. Let me check. I can easily check that right here. If I apply class name or class is equal to test, this is a great monthly budget illustration. Okay, so we can extract these as well. The loader supports that. Let's extract the bigger one first. This is what? The hero illustration. So I'll go at that. This I need to cut, otherwise we are pretty good. There you go. and cut that from here, but not yet. I'll import the hero illustration and just add it right here. Got that away. We need that container. And finally, the background, which is really not worth it a lot because it's so small, but for consistency, it'd be great if we can do it as well. Cut that away. Save to source assets, and I'll call that hero background SVG. There we go. Import it. And apply the attribute to it. Close, refresh. Everything is working like before. The only difference is our markup, not the generated markup, but this markup, which we maintain, is significantly smaller and easier to scan, which is always a good thing. Okay, so let's go up some sections. Here we have a container and a section. Now I need to add another section here, right here, which I'll do immediately. And we have a stack layout. Within it, here we have what spacing? 60. So gap is large. Here we have another stack layout with gap small, I believe. Small. Okay. And a heading, 40 pixels both. This should be level H2. Size should be 40. Then we have a paragraph with size, how much? 28. Okay. Do we have what we need? Yes, we do. Let's see the layout. 9-column span. So here we need a row. And realistically, that stack needs to be within the column. That would be a better option. So the call span is how many? 9 columns. So this stack is within the column. And we close the row. So we stop at this is a little bit bad. Yeah. Okay, I understand what is happening. We need, so we stop at personal and then at proven because we don't want this orphan right here. So for an orphan, it's perfectly fine to add a breakpoint. That's a great use case for a breakpoint. And next up, we have this row of 2 cards. So let's add that beneath that row. Span is 6. Copy that 2 times. So span is 6, and then we have a card here. We don't have a card header. In fact, we have nothing here, to be honest. I don't even know. There's no need to use the card component. I will get nothing from it. I need a stack. The spacing between the elements is 40 and 20, so a stack of medium for the 40 pixels. The illustration, I need to export both of these. Let's do that now. It's as good a time now as any. Export both, and they should be very clean in terms of markup. This is the envelope icon. I will call these icons. So should they be icons? Not really. Icons are solid, single. But these are not exactly. I don't think I need to go that far as to think too much about the naming of these, as there are only 2 of them right now. When they become more, I might make a folder, but for now, it should just be envelope. And that's fine. I don't want to go into issues where I think about unnecessary scale, which will never happen. Great. Change the language mode to HTML and format so that we have a formatted markup. Let's open the other icon now. Seems like I exported the same icon twice. So let's export the piggy bank now. Go with piggy bank. Open with text editor. The same drill. You know it by now. Let's now import these. Exactly. And envelope illustration from assets envelope SVG. Let's add that right here now. Piggy bank illustration. See how it looks. Looks great. And after it, we have another stack with Gap. That's wow. Copilot almost inferred both my font sizes, but also almost the content. That's not bad. That's pretty cool. Here we're at H3. We need size 30, which it actually matched completely, and 24 pixels. Wow, this really reads minds. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll copy this stack right here and do the following. First of all, let's change the illustration to the envelope illustration. And we need the content for it. That section is done. You see, at some point we get rapid prototyping. If I might call it like this, we just develop quickly, I guess. The prefooter is not included in the footer layout, which is a mistake. We should have it here. And the homepage is built, the overview page. Here we need some spacing on the top still, which we're missing. We're missing it. Why? Because I haven't figured out a way to actually incorporate it, to be honest. The best way to incorporate it would be to, what spacing is it? 80 pixels. Something custom is in order because it's a custom section, and that's why we can't use the section component. And we have styles hero, but that needs to be applied not to the section, but to the actual, don't know what, probably the first column. And it would be great if I can apply classes to call, or to the row, to the call. So let's do that first. We should be able to pass class name to call. And here I need props class name here. If it's even available. And that is what? StyleX array, read only, boolean, compass styles. This should be compiled styles. Okay, so we need to add this hero content. What is that? Right now it's right here. So we'll call it hero main call, and it just needs 80 top spacing. That's custom, so we'll pass that. Is that correct? No, it should be a little bit less. I think the line height is probably messing it up. No, we're talking about offset from here. Okay, so I need some offset in the section as well. So this is 80, but if I measure, we have 40 and then another 40 pretty much. So we have to split that up in two. The hero has to have padding top. And here we need 1.666 again. And that's now very close to the design, which we'll check in the end, by the way. We'll overlay that to spot any mistakes and issues we might have. Okay, In terms of responsive, we haven't built much. We haven't built too much. We have some wrapping because of the grid, but besides that, not much really. We will build something, however, as we need to be able to do these properly and have a proper responsive style. Now, I am wondering if I should refactor this overview page or go on with the other pages. I am thinking I will refactor a bit to avoid repeating issues in the next two pages. So let's do that real quick. These, first of all, these SVGs will be SVGs. We'll convert them back. For consistency, we need to have proper width and height. So now a good question for that loader is, will these rem width and heights work? Maybe, maybe not. Let's test. And additionally, I would expect I'll be able to pass these on the loaded item. So that would be a better architecture overall. Here we have a view box, so that should be fine. So this is my, oops. This is my Google Play button. Let's go to the index, open up the column where that is. Yes, Google Play button. And that I can import now from the same place, but as an SVG. And I have to add the width and height to it right here. Does it work as expected? I have a typo somewhere. Yes, works exactly as expected. Let's do the same for the App Store button. Yeah, this needs to happen at some time. So let's do it now. Copy the width and height, add it immediately here, like this. I will remove all of these and see if I need to convert any attributes. Not really. I think here's pretty clean. And finally rename this to an SVG file. Go to the index page, update the import. And that should handle this. Let's check. Yep, handled perfectly. In terms of icons, they can also be SVG files, but let's first fix the markups. I don't think they're used anywhere currently, so let's see. Rename that to SVG. They are for the tags. I added them while I was testing them, so we will test them again when we reach the block page. But for now, I converted them completely. So in assets, we have only SVGs for now. The components folder is pretty clean as well. Layouts is fine. Now, I want to check out something about the grid, which I might have made as a mistake in the column specifically. Okay. Let's talk a bit about the grid. I needed to pause the video and completely rethink what I'm doing because there are some serious issues with StyleX and they're mostly related to the grid system. So I needed in the end to completely rewrite the grid in just vanilla CSS in order to have normal media queries. And this API that I want to have, which is break and half break on breakpoints. So I just made a normal CSS file with these styles. They are not a lot. They're only a little bit of CSS. It's fine at this point. The issue is StyleX has some known issues. If I can find, let me find the GitHub issue which I was talking about. Okay, so this is the issue in question. So currently overlapping media queries break the priority. The priority which StyleX enforces, that is last style should always win. And the workaround is to define min-max with your media queries, which for my use case, which is a simple grid system that is very standard, I would need to write so many repeating styles that it's going to be just hell to maintain. And why should I write them? There's no point, given that a CSS, just plain CSS, would be much simpler in this case. And that's very bad because at this point, the contributor here, I guess, pointed out this should be fixed soon. There has been very little discussion since then, and it's a closed issue, closed as a question, which is pretty bad. I mean, this behavior, the fact that it cannot prioritize conflicting media queries, can be very problematic in some cases because you'll need to really hard code the media behavior with the min and max bounds. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I would probably seriously think about this if I want to use StyleX in my next project because this is very limiting. And in this case with the grid, I just couldn't figure out a better API to go with. And it really forced me to just fall back to a simple style sheet, which is not great, admittedly. I wouldn't have had such a problem with Tailwind for sure. I mean, we have the responsive columns, the responsive grid, and the responsive flex utilities, which would have worked great. And really, it was just a pain in relation to the grid system to use StyleX, and I'm regretting that decision a little bit at this point. Let's not delve into that any deeper though. Let's just move forward. We have responsive behavior of the grid now, and I was able to let me close all of these and go back to the site. I was able to implement some responsive behavior for the cards to make them more fluid. Now, let me just see. My health break is still not working though. Let me see why that is. I have a max width here. Go half large. Do I have that style? Probably not. I have that style actually. There is a syntax error before it right here. Yeah, and that's the issue. So, okay, with that fixed, I can now define responsive behavior for the columns. And let's do that here if necessary. So here I think we'll just break it small because it's easily readable and that should be fine. Still, let's test. That's the heading actually. Right here. Well, wait. Why is that not working? I have go full small. Is that a syntax error as well? Shouldn't be. Oh, yes. It is an error. And we need to, of course, so break this to full on something like large. So let's do that. The heading, I mean, just break it large like this. And medium, yeah, it will be better to maybe break this at medium for readability purposes. And at that point, we don't win any width or height because they're pretty much a square. The entire patch of height they take is pretty much a square, so no need to worry about that. And let's do the responsive of this section. It's a custom section, so we can write some styles for it. First of all, this should probably not look like this at all. We need to have some styles here. Let's open the Prefooter component. So right now this is right 0. Let's make it, wait, right minus 3.6666. Okay, let's make it something else. Let's make it left 50% for now and see how it behaves. Okay, more like 48%. So left 50, how wide is this? Let's see, 50%. So left 50 should work in all cases. And at some point around medium, I'm guessing. Let me see the breakpoints again, which are where in types. Around medium, yeah, 768. How does that look? Well, it's all right. So below 768, just let's define the medium breakpoint right here. so that we can use it. Okay. And delete that. So we'll just have display default now, and on medium, none. Let's see what happens. Okay, great. So we should now break this code on medium, and that should be perfect. I will also decrease the padding on medium. Actually, should I decrease the padding on large? Probably not. I mean, realistically, I don't need to decrease it on medium as well, but on small, it's a little bit tight, so let's decrease it. Padding should be default, and on medium, just have one rem. One rem is a little bit tight, actually. 1.25 rem to the sides. Be better. Or 1.5. Yeah, so that's better. We need to also take into account the headings. They might need to become a little bit smaller on mobile. And I need to update that hero section. But overall, the layout here is pleasant, reads well, and I like it. Now, in terms of headings, yeah, I'll handle that later. Headings and how they behave. Here, the fit doesn't work because it's just fit. Needs to be go_fit the class name. Yeah, these class names, I don't like them. They're inconsistent with the rest of the styling system. That's not good. But just StyleX limitations again. Nothing to do. So for now, I think I'll leave this as it is. The header is broken and doesn't work on mobile, but the rest of the page is well. So the header we can do later. I want to go forward with the block. So let's do that. I will create a new page. I'll call it blog.astro. Let's remove some of the imports. I will not even leave StyleX. I'll just import the layout, which will be the header footer layout. Okay, let's import a container. Okay, and now we need a heading. With level h1, which will be block. So let's see what's happening now. I have to go to block. Header footer layout is not available because Copilot imported the wrong thing. Container isn't defined. How did that happen? Oh, maybe in the header footer layout it's undefined. I need to import container from components grid, of course. Okay, block. Well, we have the block heading. Of course, I will need a section here, so let's import that as well. Like so. Well, for semantics, I'll do the following. Here it doesn't really matter, we have one section only. All right. We have block, which is 40 pixels, bold, tight, size, let's go to 40. So that should be fine. Here we have some spacing, 60, that is a stack, of course, in our architecture. So let's add that. Gap should be, I believe, large. Let's test it now with some test paragraph to see if the gap is correct. So the column gap is 60. Great. And after that, we need a grid. So we'll import a row and call here span 6. And let's add another column immediately. And we need cards within that. And the cards will be card, card header, and we need card footer here for the first time. So let's open up a card and have card header here. I don't know where that came from, honestly. Here we will have a featured image in that card header, which we will see what it will be. But now in this case, we will need an aspect component. And let's download this sample image right now. SVG. Okay. Layer 1. Let's rename that to, let me see, depth-free living. Just call it block thumbnail for now, because this is not the actual image we'll use. We'll use something else, and I'm still not sure. Block. No, most likely blogs, and here we'll have that for now, but later the CMS will add other images here. And let's import that. Now, let's see. Will that work? Probably not. Aspect is not defined. Import aspect. Import image from Astro image. Was it like this? Of course not. What am I doing? But it was a strange import. Let me see. Image. How did Astro assets? It was actually with. That's unconventional. Okay. Because it is undefined. So can I use it like this? Yes, I can. So again, I couldn't use the Astro image thing, but that's fine. It's not a problem. I will remove that. Here, we need to be a little bit clever with images. So we have aspect. That's good. That's good. Let's import StyleX. I believe, what was it? Style.js StyleX was like this, maybe. So export const styles, StyleX create. I'll say thumbnail, and we'll have this. And here we'll do StyleX attributes, styles, thumbnail. Great. That's great. We have height. Now the aspect ratio is not correct because the aspect component doesn't seem to be working correctly. Let me go and take a look at it again. It doesn't really have width 100%, to be honest, and that's absolutely necessary for it. And now it scales okay. Now here we need the aspect component because the image format and the way it looks is unpredictable. On the overview page, that was unnecessary because we control the input and it's inline SVGs. Here it will be from the content management system, and we don't know what will be passed exactly. So, so far so good. Now, one tricky thing is currently we don't need to lazy load these images if they are below the fold. Now, the problem is which one is below the fold. But we can handle this later when we create a whoop. Now I'll hard code 4 of them for the layout, to build the actual layout. So we need a stack with some spacing. What is the exact spacing here? 40 and then 20, right? And yeah, so this is 40. So gap is medium. I believe that's 40. Then we have this thing. Good guess. Good guess, I would say. Level H2 is correct. Size 30. That is good. Now the paragraph needs to be size what? Probably regular. No, 26. Let's see. Paragraph is not defined, of course. Button is not defined. Where did I use a button? Oh, Copilot used button. Okay. Does the size work? No, because I think we have font size here. Yeah. Inconsistency in my API. That's not good. Here we should have another stack with gap small between these two components. Like this. Okay. And now the footer will contain tags. Let's import the tag component. Okay. Actually, I need tag, tag label, and tag icon. And I need to import. Let's have components here. Some internals and then SVGs. Yeah, that would be more convenient. I'll import icons now. Calendar icon from here and squawk icon. No, user. Oh my god. Sometimes large language models can confuse you. In cases like this one. So tag icon, user icon, like this. And here I have label. Okay, let's use this one. And have another tag. Calendar icon and a date. That seems great. I'm really liking it. And it worked out of the box. My components are solid in this case. The only thing we need to do is to implement this link, honestly, which we can do like this, for example. The simplest way would be this. Yeah, I would do that, honestly. Just an anchor style, tag decoration, none, cover, we import covers here. Styles theme, what was it? Styles theme.stylex. This is the default. This is the hover. Transition should be 2 seconds cover. What's wrong? Only static values. This is a static value, it's a variable. Let me see what's wrong. Let me see. Components, we go out of pages, go into styles, theme, StyleX.ts. Let's try it like this. Their variables are not working in the Astro context. It seems like it doesn't matter. I still wanted, yeah, I still wanted to have this anchor as a separate component either way. I just thought I'd write it here and just add it to another file later. But let's do that now, because this can have other functionality, and I'll explain in a second. Let's now import covers and do the same thing, basically. Text decoration, none. Like this, transition, cover. And the only thing I would add is, let's have anchor props, first of all. Okay. We need children, we need href. Okay. That's absolutely necessary. Text decoration can be none. If it is available, we will add something like no decoration. And just do this. And additionally what? The cover is correct. We might add the ability to overflow to be absolutely positioned and overflow to the nearest position relative container if you want to make the area clickable area like everything. We'll see about that. I'm still not sure if I want to do that in this case. But not in the index, please, in the blog page. And replace that with anchor. There we go. With text decoration, none. Great. That is not bad at all. Really like it. Now, let's copy that 4 times. Of course. Just so that we see how it scales, how it works. It's important in that regard. I'll copy the entire column now 2 more times. And there we go. So the stack is working correctly. Pretty much everything is as expected. What is not is this spacing. Why is the gutter 80? I decided this looks bad in this case. And I think, yeah, fair. Absolutely fair. Now, this would be a little bit problematic to fix though in this case. So that would mean completely changing the grid system to support that. Which means what exactly? I have paddings. So yeah, this property. So I can just add another one, which would be whatever, large gutter. And it can have a padding of what is 80 first, divided by 2, 1.66. Now the issue here is the row needs this functionality as well. And let's first add it to the call. Yeah. And this is extremely unpleasant as well, but because we don't use StyleX, I don't want to, yeah, go large gutter. Otherwise, nothing. Okay, let's test that, and then we'll do the row functionality. And to test that, I need to add it to the calls right here. Let's select all of them. Great. And now let's do it to the row as well. Now, if I was using utilities, that would have been much easier because I would have just controlled the gap of a grid system with the utility for gap. But let's see what we can do now. Pretty much the same thing. Here we'll do row props. And we'll have large gutter, optional, and boolean. Here, at least we have StyleX props, so we can do large gutter, and in that case, just do the styles large gutter item, which will be right here. And it will have this margin that will be what? This much. Let's be consistent. Doesn't hurt. What's wrong? But found, yeah, comma missing. Okay, that's done as well. At least we support that now. So now in terms of responsive styles on pretty much medium, I want to break that. So let's do that right here with the codes. Let's do large. Okay, let's try medium now. Large seems a little bit big. Yeah, medium, but let's add a half break on large. Oh, we are half. Sorry, there's not much else I can do. So I mean, this is working as expected. Here, the tags would use a layout, honestly. I need to work on them a little bit. I want first the footer to have flex wrap. That of course will fix it. Gap of 1 rem is fine. And there's nothing else I need to do. This is working great. Of course, the prefooter we already did. So this page kind of is done in terms of responsive styles. We need to touch the navigation as well. It's still not completed. The footer as well. Not completed at all, but and this has very, very small padding. What's that? There's some issue here. My row. Let me check. Oh. Okay. I broke that a little bit. All right. So that page is also done in terms of front end. Now we have to do the block details. And let's just copy that page, the block list, and call it details. For now, block details.astro. Let's see what we can do. Remove some unnecessary styles and components, but I'll leave many of them because I'll need them. Now here we need to do some other styles for the rows. We need a centered item. We have a layout grid with how many? 8 columns? 8 columns, yeah. So let's first add the layouts. First things first. Okay. Row co span is 8. And let's add the heading. Size should be 40. I'll check just to be sure. Yeah. Here we are. Well, now we need to be able to center that column. And that should be able to happen in the row. If we have justify content center, yes, and that should be an option, of course. All right, center boolean. And that's enough to implement that. On the row, center true. That's the most, in most cases, you would need left aligned, center. Right aligned is rarely needed. If needed, I can implement it. That's fine. So here's where we are. Actually, center true is not the best option here in terms of API, to be fair. If I want to be complete and consistent, we should have a line as props that should accept center. Later, it can accept end, for example. So if we have props align, add styles align, styles props align. And now I can use align center. There we go. Great. Next up, this first part of the layout will be outside of the block content. So we need to build that with our architecture. It's 50, which we don't have. We have 60, I believe, and 40. Let me check stack for that. Yeah, we have 40. So I'll use 40 for that. It should be fine. Or 60. We'll see. But either way, let's add a stack. We need that right here. Gap, let's add medium for now. We have heading. After that, we have 2 tags. Let's grab them from here. They're the same. And these 2 tags are next to each other, right? So we need a grid. Row. Go. And we need the fit layout fit option, I think. Yeah. Let's copy tag in the first one and tag in the second one. User icon is not defined. Yeah, we need to import some things. We have tags. Let's copy the two icons from here. Great. Well, I really like that. It just works out of the box. No need to worry about that. Here, the font size is a little bit bigger. I would not worry too much about that. We can just add in the tag label. First of all, let's be consistent. I was questioning if I need this, but why not? For consistency's sake, it's fine. So we can have 20 and 24. And if we have, let's add that FS24 would be exactly that. So if we have props font size, just add styles. And now I can go to my blog and configure the two tag labels. Font size 24. Doesn't work, but let's see why. I probably have something wrong. Tag label, font size 24. Let's go to the tag label. Font size is optional at 24. If we have prop font size, (24). Okay. And the computed value is 20 still. That is not applied at all. Oh, because I did it in the other page. So let's find the tag labels here and apply them here. Okay, that's much better. It makes sense to have them larger here because everything is 24 and it would be more consistent reading experience to go from this to this. Now we need the featured image, which I can just use a cart header here. It will work just fine, even without a cart. No need for a cart. And I'll use the aspect component as well and an image. Let's import the same block thumbnail demo we have here. And we're good. Okay. And that spacing looks very nice. I'll leave it like this. I'm liking it a lot. By the way, why does my column have top and bottom padding? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I need to update that right now. Let's now check the layouts because this might change things. Here everything looks fine. Yeah, all fine. Let's go to blogs or the blog, whatever. Here we have a little bit of an issue. We have a row gap here, and that row gap needs to change with large gutter to, first of all, this should be gutter rem, and this should be copied, and it should become large gutter. Yeah, exactly. So that we have consistency in terms of spacing. Good, very good. I'm liking this. And now let's check out the details route again. Yeah, it's here where we are. Here's where we are, sorry. Oh my God. Spacing here should probably be large. Yes, easier to read this way. And now the rest of this is the block content, which needs to be styled with side effects, which means vanilla CSS, so that we can just take Markdown, parse to HTML, inject it on the page, and it can work without any class names or whatever. And to do that, let's build some of that content here so that we can visualize it and see it. It will be within the stack. I'll have an article. First of all, this thing has to be an article somewhere. Not sure where, but let's have it before the stack. I'll have an article. So article body semantic elements. So we can have a header, and I'm just looking for the semantics of article. Do we have a body? But no, we just have a header option, which we will utilize. So this, unfortunately, that would really mess up my layout. So we'll not utilize that right now. Or maybe we should. After all, this is more important. The semantics are important. So I'll have the header here. Okay, this is the actual header, and it has to have a second stack inside of it for the spacing. That's not a big deal. In order to keep semantics, I have to add additional elements. And so now we have this article element, right? Yes. And it has a proper header, and the rest will be its body. So let's go ahead and build that body. We need a div to add the class name for that blog article too. I would just add a class here called something like blog details. Actually, I would use the Astro prefix option. So let's have that. So here we'll have vanilla HTML elements. Let's see how they work out. Everything will be either. This should be an H2. We should have the ability to have an ordered list like this one. An image. I will use this one for simplicity. So in reality, that image falls within the li for semantics. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So we'll have something like this, and then an image. Yeah, something like that. Here we have block thumbnail source. Let's see how we're doing so far. Yeah, something like that. Additionally, let's continue the list a little bit. It will, of course, I won't do the real content. There's no point. I just want all of the elements from here. H2s. So far, all I have is H2s, but I need to also style H3 and H4s. So I'll do that as well. Let me also add an unordered list. So let's follow the outline for now because it does have an unordered list. Facts and examples. Copy that. Copy this one, and that should be enough for the unordered list markup. One final paragraph at the end. Before it, let's add an H3. Yeah, just to test it. So I'll do the same and I'll add an H4, an H5, etc. I am adding a paragraph so that I see how they look. It's important to see them in perspective. So here we go. We do have not a bad start, I would say. So the styles here will be quite simple. Let's start by adding them inline and then we'll move them to a file. The styles will all be scoped within this blog article class name, and we need to first do a little bit of tweaks to the paragraph, a few tweaks to the paragraph, sorry. 24 pixels. So the paragraph and the list items and overall the content, that would be easier. It needs to have, it already has 1M font size. It needs to have a line height of 1.5. That's a good start, I think, but doesn't seem like it works well. Let me see. Yeah, 38 divided by 24 is 1.6 more like. That's good, more readable. And it works in both, places, which is great. Now we need some spacings. Now the paragraph, we have 50 here, a lot of 50s. We could do something crazy and just go with flex layout with a gap of 50 pixels or the equivalent in rems, and remove spacings from the, let's copy that. Like this. It still seems that there is some spacing here. Yeah, the lists have them. Of course they do. The ordered and unordered lists. I have a syntax error right here. Okay. And that is not bad at all as a start. The differences right now that could cause an issue are the heading sizes. So the H2 needs to be 32. So I will open the theme to the right because it will help in this case. Let's have the H3 and the H4, all of them. And we use 31.3 here, 32 for this one. So we can go down on each one of them with one size. As we go down towards the heading levels, we can be like this. And this way, the H6 will just be 1 rem, which is fine. Usually the H5 is a 1 rem item and the H6 is smaller than that. But this is really not an issue in this case. The even spacing is nice in terms of scannability. I want a little bit more space. I think it makes things a lot easier to read. Lists I've built with spacing of what? I cannot even measure it well because it's not a layout. But visually, it looks like something like 30 pixels. So I will implement that. How is it implemented currently? I mean, there's pretty much nothing. The list item doesn't have any margins or anything. So I need to basically target the list item with the margin bottom rule. And 30 is good because it's an even rem value plus it's half the separation of all of the other items. And the images need to be block. I'm interested, can I have a figure and fig caption in the Decap CMS and in Markdown? I don't know if I can. So for now, I'll style the image itself. If I can have a figure and fig caption, I would make the figure element the wrapping, sort of the wrapper. Let's get the styles and see what we can do here. So we have a 30 pixels padding. We did implement that, by the way, but it's quick and easy to implement, so I don't mind that. Here I have to hardcode the background color, which I don't like, but because of StyleX, this is a compromise I have to make. I need these side effects. I have pretty much all of my styles. Now, I would like to use, maybe I should use aspect ratio here for images like this one to make sure everything is looking normal. Yeah, and that's pretty good, honestly. I would like them to be lazy loaded. I hope I get that capability somehow with the Markdown parser. But besides that, it looks pretty good. Is that display block? Not yet. Let's make it. And the image should have some spacing. 50 pixels seems okay. So I would say I'm hoping these margins will collapse, and they do, as I am hoping. Absolutely. Great. So the image is indented within the list. That's great. Let's have it like that. It's even better than what I have in the design. And this should really cover most of the items I am. This is great. Really great. I think blog posts will look nice like this. Is the color black? Yes, and that's good for readability. So now I think I can just check. First of all, are these styles scoped? These, yeah, they are. Great. Love that. Can I extract them to a file called bogarticle.css because I don't like them here? Okay. Are they? They're no longer scoped, unfortunately. So let me see. Adding a style sheet. This is for the RSS scope styles. So I can have them like this. Can I have scope styles in a different style sheet? Okay. Local style sheet. Understood. No, I prefer scope styles in line to this. So let's have them scoped and living here. Actually, just Control Z and just remove that. It's fine. This is not the longest style sheet in the world, and it's better to be for it to be scoped and not conflict in any way with other things. Let me just check if that, yeah, that is done again. Okay, great. Now the next step is to check responsive here. There won't be any issues, of course. I need to just break on large, which doesn't work. Oh, because I'm trying to break the stack, not the column. Can I break on XL? No. Okay, let's break on large. Is that a bad experience? I don't think so, actually. These paddings do help when reading, in my opinion, on tablets. So, what am I going to do? This is working correctly. I'm trying to determine the next steps. Next steps are probably to connect the CMS, really. First, let's consider if we need to do any more adjustments or refactorings. I need to fix this section before I connect the CMS, fix this responsive, the responsive of the header and the footer, a few small tweaks to the styles, check out if I need to refactor anything, and then we'll go with the actual updates to the actual updates related to the CMS. So let's do that. Here we have to basically make the logo bits more unresponsive. When? Well, on small resolutions only, because 360 looks like this. So let's fix that up. In header, should already have breakpoints here. Now at small. Okay. And we need, don't even know what I need. I need a logo, which right now is here. And it has its own component, to be honest. So I'll go there. Absolutely. So let's import StyleX like this. Let's create a style sheet. So I have width and height. Realistically, at this point, we're basically passing them as props, which I don't know. I mean, all of these props are completely unnecessary, honestly. Just completely unnecessary. Let's have them defaults. I will never use that. This component is built to be used here. And if I need to reuse it somewhere else, I can refactor it. It would be much easier than this technical debt I'm self-imposing on myself. Let's do that. Okay. with that in mind, I don't need props, and I just need to spread StyleX props here, like this. And Google width would be default no, and on small, let's go with something smaller. It's by default 11 RAM. Let's go to 8 RAM and see what happens if that works. Oh, like this. Okay. Well, that's not bad. Now we need more responsive styles here. The header padding is too much. And wait, we have padding here. Why exactly? We shouldn't have that padding. This is wrong. Let me go to the index and see hero padding top. Yeah, that's wrong. Completely wrong. Here we need to add it to the row or an item above it. If we even want it. I kind of like that compact look, but it might be... No, I love that. It's good that it's more compact. It shows more of the page. That is a good thing that it happened. I don't need more spacing here. It would be unnecessary. But I want to collapse some of the spacing here in the hero. It's currently 40. Let's go to the header. Add the small breakpoint. I can copy it from here. First of all, is it only the small breakpoint? Yeah. So on small, let's see the styles. I need a header and I need that. Okay. Default small will be something like 20, 0.833. Much better. Okay. And here until how much? Let me see my breakpoints again. I keep forgetting them. 128. So here we see a little bit of the 24. We have some visibility here. So below that, I think we can easily hide the right portion. And I'll do that right now. Just go to the header, not the header, the index page. And here we have a stack, a co. No, we need something else. We need this section, the first one. So break on large, first thing. And this will be completely hidden. Here, registrations container. Yeah, it will be display default no, and on large it will be none. And I need to import large here, the breakpoint. Let me copy that. It will help. Is that correct? You don't only hold static values. That's a static value. Come on. I have it redefined somewhere. Or is it in another file? Where's that? No. Index Astro. Let me see. Display default warch. Where warch is this constant. Let me see the stack trace if I can find out what is causing this. Is it this? It is. What is that? Warch is a constant defined right here. Let me just check if there's some conflict in naming. Maybe there is. Oh, very interesting. If I export this. Oh, so I'm guessing that was the issue. Yeah. Okay. Well, that works pretty well, I would say, humbly myself. Now, this needs to be repositioned on large screens. Let's have it top 0. It would just be better overall. So this is the hero illustration. Default is 0. Large. Wait, hero illustration top 0? Really? Why? Oh, not hero illustration. I need the hero background shape. Yeah. So default is 0. Watch will be auto for this prop. And let me add the comma here. The top property will be default now and watch 0. Okay. Great. Well, that works well. I like that. It's pretty good of an experience. Let's check the footer now. It will be much easier. Here we just need to wrap at some point. I think I'm using the grid system. Am I? Probably I'm not, actually. Yeah. So is that it? Yeah, that really is it. Flex layouts pay off in the long run. Of course. What are you going to use nowadays? So let's check out the block. Everything is great here as well. I like it a lot. The prefooter scales well. What is this issue? Okay. And the block details as well, just to see how it looks with the content. And it looks great. I don't even find the need to really make the headings a lot smaller, honestly. Maybe a little bit. Let me see. On medium, 760, it's completely fine. It's very nice, actually. And these screens are small. You don't need very small text on them. Now on small, maybe a touch. Maybe. But how would I go about doing that? Let's check if I can do something. I would have to implement it here. And I would have something like, let's say, default. Okay. And small. And small would be the next in the font sizes array. Let's open that. Yeah, that would work well, I think. It will help on the smallest screens. So we'll have font sizes 32 for this one, and I can implement that for the others as well. This will be 30. 28. It caught up to my logic eventually. Copilot, I mean. And that's pretty much it. I just need to define the small breakpoint here. That's also an annoying thing about StyleX. And yeah, it's better. I mean, here we lose a little bit of the hierarchy. Why is that? This should be what font size? 30. Doesn't it scale? 32. Yeah, 32 to 30. Well, I could maybe, because this is the most, these two are the most visible, that could become 28. That could become 26. I think, yeah, this is a little bit better. Font size I won't touch. Let's just check block details real quick. How is it in terms of, okay. What is that? What is the, yeah, it's the navigation basically. I think it will be a good idea to just go to the layout and I can fix that. Yeah, there's just a transition and repeating gets confused a bit. Oh my god, am I kidding? Of course that won't work. The body needs to scroll. I have to figure something else out. Now, that's a little bit tricky because I don't have any content wrapper. And I really should, to be honest. That would be my solution. And I can use this wrapper in the future if needed. That's definitely helpful. Things like this, there might be more issues like this, and I might need to address something within the body without stopping something on it. Okay, well, at this stage, I'm pretty confident this is very stable and nice, and I will run at the end audits on accessibility and performance. No need to do that now. Now I can go ahead and work on the content management and integrate that and deploy the actual site. and update links, stuff like that. So let's take a quick break before that, and then I'll continue with the actual integration with Decap CMS, deployment to Netlify, etc. Okay, let's continue. So to start, there was a Decap CMS and Astro article in the actual Astro documentation. So I'll start with that. I'll install the Decap CMS app. It's a single page application, so that's good. Now we have a couple of options here. I would need to create a static folder in public because this is just a simple HTML file. And I have to create an admin route in public and then add this config YAML there, YAML. Here we have a sample config that is blocks, which is great because I can use that. It's very similar to ours. So this is how we define our collections in that configuration file. Used in routes, name, block. This is used in the UI. Actually, let's leave the comments. There's no harm in that. Folder will be source content. That's fine. Block and fields. Layout isn't necessary. Title is needed. Date is needed. Featured image is fine. Let's have this will be image. Thumbnail. Image. Again, rating not needed, but I need body, and I will also have author. We have date. Do we have anything else? Let me see. A blog post. Author, date, title, featured image, thumbnail there, summary. This. So short description basically. And that these are the fields. Now, this should be installed already. Unable to resolve dependency. No matter. We don't need to install it. It's not necessary actually. Another option is to, now I need, first, let's create the pages route in source pages admin.html. Astro does support HTML pages as well. And here we can just have the HTML page of the CMS and use the actual CDN for the JavaScript. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Let's have content manager. Doesn't matter. So the configuration file is linked here. And we also need to set the media and public folder. Let's do that as well. Media and public folder. Source assets, images. I'll call it source assets uploads because they are from the CMS and I want them to be in a separate folder. Let's add git keep here. So this folder exists. That is important. And besides that, let's see what else we are prompted to do. Usage. Okay. Now we need authentication and a backend. Backend meaning either something like a GitHub hosting site like GitHub or Netlify identity, which is the first class citizen here. To do so, we need to deploy this to Netlify. So I will log in and create a new app. We also need to, let me remove some of my projects. I've done some tests here. Let me see how I can delete that. Here we go. Because I might want to use that name again. We also have that project, which is fine. I'm not going to delete that. So we need to deploy that to GitHub first. Let me unzoom. I'll create a new repo in my personal account. I'll call it like this. Oh, I have a repository, something in testing, I believe. While I was testing for this video. Let's remove that. So remove it. Delete this repo. Yeah, let's use a passkey. Done. So now I can add a repository finally. Hopefully add it under my profile. Let's keep it public. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Do we have a repository? Yes. So I'll commit the initial commit and change the branch to main, of course. add the remote, and push. Pretty standard stuff. So now the repository is done. I can just go to Netlify and create import an existing project. Let's deploy with GitHub. I'm already authorized. Select the marketing website and I'll say budget warden. Now it will be deployed under this subdomain. That's fine. It automatically detects the build, the what kind of framework I'm using and everything. So I just can say deploy and it will deploy it, which is probably the best experience you would have with cloud hosting, cloud deployment services ever. Okay, now while it deploys, it will deploy and it will display our current site. So let's see that in a bit. But until that is happening, I can go here to identity and enable Netlify identity, which I need to do. Now let's go to Decap CMS documentation, docs, and we already did the installation, backend, and here is the setup on Netlify. So we need to set this up here. I see that Netlify identity is actually deprecated, but it's being replaced with something newer, which we can export later. From now, I will go and configure something. Registration should be invite only. This is a content management system, so we don't want external users to register and edit the content, of course. I additionally have to set up Git gateway. This will allow me to integrate with the GitHub API automatically. And it did right now. So the Decap CMS can work with content branches, push everything. And I think that's it. I don't need to do much more. Git gateway, external providers. So I need to add the Netlify identity widget to my Decap CMS admin file. In the meantime, my site has been deployed. So let's open it. Here it is on Netlify. I can open blog and blog details, and everything is working as expected. Now, let's add the identity widget. It's again just a client-side script on a page, and it works with cookies and JSON Web Tokens, stuff like that, to authenticate you. And now, if when we push, Netlify will automatically start building and deploying. Let me show you a deploy. Yeah, starting up. We have to wait for that to finish in order to attempt to actually access the content management system. And we won't be able to because we don't have an account yet, but we will in a minute. Okay, so that should be done. Now let's go to admin, the route we added, and content manager is loaded. Now we have missing required properties. Of course we do. I haven't done the complete configuration at all. Let's go to public again. So media folder is actually configured, public folder as well. Much as schema of any of. So backend is missing and probably the other errors are because of that. And to configure that, I need to set up this basically in the beginning. That's all it takes. Gate gateway and main branch. So this sets it to the mode that it should use the Git gateway. Media and public folders are not in collections. They should be in the root. That's the problem. There we go. Yeah. So that's good. It's actually great. And next up is we have a collection. We can commit that. Modify Decap CMS configuration. Push. We have to wait for Netlify to rebuild, to deploy. And after that is done, we should be able to access the CMS and then create our credentials. Actually, we can do that while we're waiting. Here in identity, let me just find it. Identity overview. I can invite a user somewhere, invite users. and I'll send an invite to my email. All right, this will send a token. And now let's try again. Should be ready. Apparently it isn't yet. Yeah, it's still building. Okay, let's check again. Okay, here we go. So identity is loading and the Decap CMS is prompting us to log in. Now I'll go to my email. I will just probably blur the video a bit. I still haven't got the email. Let me check if did I send my invite? Okay, it was in junk. So I will copy the accept invite link, and here's what it is. Just to the root of the app, and we have this hash invite token and the token. I have to reroute this to admin because this is where the Netlify identity widget is. And now I can choose a password, which is great. I'll do that right now. And I'm signed up successfully. And as you can see, I entered the CMS and I can add a blog now, which is what we want to do. Let's go to a split screen view. Figma is not the best app to have on the side of your screen, but I'll do the best I can. So we add a title, of course. Let's add a date. As you can see, quite a simple CMS solution, but September 22nd is what we want. 24. Featured image. So let's grab this and upload this blog thumbnail. I will probably delete it and rename it now because I want the naming to be good. I will call it depth free. Let's do dashes. Free living. By the way, you can style this preview so that you can see it properly. That's not my highest priority now. I can choose the same image for the thumbnail because it's an SVG in this case. Let's enter the author name. The summary, oops. I can get the summary from the list page demo. And here we have the markdown editor for the content. So let's add that. Should be pretty straightforward, to be honest. I'll write markdown. So H2 goes here. These lists work like this. Now, how could I add image in markdown? That's a good question. And I'm not sure how should I add an image here because if I go to rich text, maybe I will be able to. Yeah, here's an option. Choose an image. Let's for now, let's only choose that image everywhere. Alt text, depth free living, title. No title. I don't want a title. What did it insert in markdown? 2 is this one. 3, pretty straightforward. Markdown is very pleasant to write, and this is the scientific perspective. This is a simple blog post that's well formatted. Here we also have a list. Let's do the second heading now. And we have an unordered list here. Oops, no, that's how you do it. Oh, so I want to insert an image again. So let's go back to rich text. Image, the same one, everywhere for now. And I'll go back to Markdown. Great. I want this and this. Let me check. Does everything look good? Yes, everything looks as it should. Absolutely. And a final paragraph here. Great. And I can publish that. Now, here's what this will do. That's the interesting part. Although I already told you a couple of times, I guess. But it's pretty lean and nice. It doesn't have a server, doesn't do anything else than commit to a GitHub repository. So if I open the GitHub repo now, we have the following commit. Let me zoom. Create block depth for living, the power of budgeting and saving. This commit was made from the Decap CMS using the GitHub API. And this commit contains everything necessary. It uploads the image where we told it, and it added the content file, which is markdown. Here we go. And that's pretty cool if you think about it. Now, the next step, we have our content management working. Now, to get this new file locally, I need to pull, of course. And let's start the site again. Now we need to integrate the front end with the actual backend, because so far these are just hard coded. To do that, I think we need to create a collection in Astro, content collections or whatever. Let's go to guides and add content markdown. Let me just see. Dynamic.jsx like content collections. There we go. So we need to define a collection. We need to create source content config.ts file. And here we'll define collections. We need to import a couple of functions. Loaders, Astro has these, load files. This is useful. So we have a block here as an example, and we export everything we define here. So block, that's what we'll define. And we need to define the collection here in the define collection function, which let's see how it works. Here it is. As an example, we have a schema, which is a Zot schema, and the glop loader. I will use the glop loader here. So we have pattern, markdown. What do we have? I believe MD, yes, markdown files. The base is source content block. So this loader will load the content files. And now we need to define the schema so that it can parse the front matter. And the front matter can be parsed. It would be best if I open the blog post to the side so that we can see it. So we have title, which is a string. We have date, which is a Z date. We have image, and there is a helper here, which was what? I think there's a helper, or let me just say images in content collections. Yeah, there you go. The schema itself can be a function that has image right here. Yes. And that helper can be used to parse the image as an image. So we have image and we have thumbnail, which is another image. Then author, that's a string. And summary, that's also a string. We don't need to include the body. The body is automatically parsed and included. Okay, let's go back to content collections now. We did define our collection. And how do we use it? I think, let me just see, querying collections. Here we go. So in a page, let's go to block. Okay. In this page, we have both imports, styles, and here we will import, actually, first thing we'll import get collection, and here we'll deal with collections. I can get all block posts. I'll call that posts. Await get collection block. And I will console log these. Okay, could not find the requested image. Does it exist? I probably need to do some configuration here. I believe I need to change this route to be like this. Let's just check source, assets, uploads, and the image. Yeah, there's an error in my paths. We're working relatively here, so let me check what's the issue. Yeah, I think that was the issue, really. Let's go to blog. Okay. It still couldn't find it. So let me check something else. why is that parsed like this? Why does it still look in source and not /source? There was a specific here, which I am forgetting right now. I think it needed to be /. We might have an issue here right now with mm, source content config. Yeah. What if it's like this? I mean, I don't believe assets will be necessary. Okay, at least I know it works. Resolve. It would be nice if I can see the path it's looking at, honestly. But I can't really see the path it's looking at. Yeah. Source assets, does it exist? Could not find requested image, but it doesn't show me the actual path error, which I'm getting. It's very annoying. I Okay, let me see. Okay, the same folder as the markdown file. Okay, but it's in content config. So I might need to go with assets. I'm wondering why is it so badly cached right here that it still is looking for. I am changing the actual markdown file it's trying to use and it still looks for a different thing. So I believe what I need to do is prefix this with source, but I also need to remove some of the cache. So I'll build for that. It should fix it. It does not. Okay, let's see if I remove that, will it even catch that I am changing something? No, no, it keeps wanting to load it from here, and I'm not sure why that is. After all, oh, because of this one. This one is the problematic one, of course. Yeah. So let's run build again. And it does correctly build everything. Now, let's start dev, and we need to change that in the config. I updated this blog post, but we need to change the config of the CMS so that it doesn't happen again. So this should be prefixed for our use case. And let's see where we were before that happened. I console walked the data we received in the blog with posts. So if I go to blog, we'll get that in the console. This is server side. And we have ID, which is also the swag. First of all, we have posts. So we can actually create a whoop here, just like in React. Yeah, this whoop will be posts map, and we'll return a component from each one, which will be this card. And this card will have a post index. I don't think I need a key in this case. So each post has a thumbnail. I can use that thumbnail source. Where's the out text? I don't have an alt text here, which is not very nice. Yeah, but I can generate it in this case. It's fine. Just not great for the CMS. So I can use post. I can actually go with thumbnail. I have the title, so I'll go with thumbnail image for now. I have the blog post title, then thumbnail image. That's correct, largely. Or I can just skip it because it's decorative. That's also fine. It won't give much value having thumbnail image spelled out there. So here we have post title, post data title. Here we have post data thumbnail source. After that, we have post data summary. and post data author. And I know I need to style the date, but for now, post data date should be fine next to the original one so that I can see how to style it later. Remove one call, and here we go. Awesome. So flawlessly. I am really surprised how well that worked out. Anchor, the href will be to, let me zoom a bit, will be to /block /post ID. Awesome. And now we need to style the date. We can do that. It's not too hard. Just, I'm considering what I should do here. I believe I can, yeah, let's return that and close this here. That right here. Okay. Now this can be indented here. Here we can have post date. Actually, let me console log something. Post 0 data date. Just to check if the type is date already. I don't need to do that. That's why. I need to scroll down in my console. See that? Object. It's a date. I believe. Let's say instance of date. Okay, yeah, whatever. That's not that important. It is a date, apparently. So that means I don't need to bother with that syntax and that syntax as well. I can, yeah, it needs to be indented like this still. Okay. And I can format this date. Just get full year. Let's get the year. Okay, 2024. Now we need, I mean, I would like to do that in one function. So there were such functions, get formatted string or something. To date string, to ISO string. I need one with parameters. Yeah. So to date string seems good if I have the ability to pass parameters, but I don't. ISO string is wrong. Okay, in that case, I'll build it up myself, which I didn't like. So month will return 8. So we need to parse that. And I believe get date was the day. Yeah, 22/8/2024. Okay, that's fine. Now I need to parse this. I'll just have some array, data array. Um, actually, yeah, let's have it on one line. And I'll just index that. We don't have space here. Why is that? No idea. It's interesting. Let me check. Wait a second. I have white space here. What if it's non-breaking? Which I actually want it to be non-breaking. Because I don't want it to break on two lines. But it needs to be in a non-breaking space context. And that's great. Okay, we parse the date as well. And this post is entirely dynamic. If I remove all of these now, excuse me, the list page is ready. This is dynamically added. Now we need a dynamic route for the details page. But this one is pretty good. Now, some of these can be refactored, maybe months, for example, this constant, if it really bothers you. It needs to be extracted to a different file for sure. And it's not easy to determine where to put that thing, but maybe a helpers or a data folder. So it exports this by default. This can import months from data months like this. and it should work. Yeah, so that we can use it on the details page as well. Now, to build the details page, I have to, again, go to astro.build because I don't remember the documentation. And let's see, add content to your site, content collections. I want a dynamic route, generating routes from content. There we go. This means that no pages or routes are generated by your collection. Dynamic route, if you want to generate, yeah, dynamic routes, get static paths. Params ID. So here in blog, I I should probably do blog and put this inside of it and go with id.astro. So now, will this route work? Because of imports, it doesn't work. Required, okay. Otherwise, we're good. Now we need to get static paths, similar to Next.js. And ID is the parameter. Well, yeah, that's good. I need to return the paths here. So let's do that. I'll go to the previous page, posts, get collection. Oh, it's explained here with my example, to be honest. Here are the posts. I have to import get collection and render from Astro content. And we have props post. So I get the post as well. Okay. That's great. ID, post. I don't need the ID in this case. And here I can use content as can just use content like that. Let's now see if it votes. Wait can only be used inside an async function. Export async function. There you go. Okay, let's replace content. This content. Remove it. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted. And it seems to work well so far. Wait a second, just let me be sure. Here, change, and here's the other one. All right. So I can remove the static content. There are some issues. I don't get my styles as I wanted them. For example, my image is not styled at all. And there are some paragraphs and styling, formatting errors. Actually, wait a second. I don't have my styles applied to it at all. For some reason, I have the class and the styles are right here. It's not applied. Let's rebuild. I have the Astro CID as well. But if I go to an H2, for example, oh, yeah, okay. The actual scoping of styles was working with internal elements as well, and the styles were not working because they cannot be scoped when the content is loaded dynamically. Doesn't matter, blog article class name is fine, and that should scope everything, and the formatting works flawlessly, to be honest. I don't see any issues. The only thing I need to do to wrap this page up is the header content. And we need to use the post title here, post data title. Let's remove them first. So post data author so that we don't mess something up. And here the date, but yeah, I'm reconsidering that data months. I'll create helpers and I'll write a get formatted date function. So here's what we're gonna do. Actually, I think I can return a one-liner here and it will be efficient. I'll go to blog and copy the one-liner. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. All right. Here we're missing something. We need the months array, and it can just live here within this function. Is the only thing that will use it, so that's fine. Months. And the only other change I need to do is this. And this needs to be date. Like this. And we export it by default. And that function can now be reused. I can delete this data months thing and import get formatted date from helpers and use that here. Post data date. Get formatted date, post data date. And that should work in the details page as well. Let's first remove it. Okay. Import that. And I should be able to use it right here. Get formatted date, post data date. Something's wrong. Could not import. Yeah, the wrong import by Copilot again. There we go. Get a formatted date. And that's pretty nice. Well, we have the same image. That's not that important at this point, honestly. The important part is we are in a very good shape. The block functionality is working entirely. Let me see what's wrong. Block. Here we have an error too. Yep. So the block functionality is working entirely with the details and a list item. And I can add another item as I wish. Let's update some of the navigations. We'll push the changes. And after that, I'll just test some final things. Go to header. So the overview will link to the homepage. This will link to blog. For now, support and legal will be like this. Sign up will link to app.budgetwarden.com/sign up. Okay. And this should be the sign in button actually. And this should be the sign up button. So sign in and sign up. Let me check everything again. Walk. Support and legal not working. Sign in. It should be login, I believe. Yeah. Login. Let's go back again. Login. No. Didn't update. Login. Yes. Sign up. Okay. And walk. That is working. These two will be updated later. Now the footer links, mostly just the blog link, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, the blog, the other one are the support and legal links, which I'll add. And now I need to add the links on some of the pages. For example, in the index page primarily, we have href. Yeah, so this will be the budget warden sign up link everywhere. Download on the App Store and Google Play. So for now, I need to comment the Google Play button out actually, because it's still not approved there. And I'll just add the App Store link, but everything should be fine about that. Let's actually get the App Store link. App Store Connect. I think that should be the right link to give users. Okay, so let's update that as well. All right. Let's look for other hrefs with hashes, except support and legal. Sign up here in the Prefooter. Great. So all of the links are working as expected. Now, final couple of checks. Let's check the accessibility and best practices. To do that, let's first run White House, but we'll also run Axe on, let's do desktop. So I will definitely make in-depth videos about accessibility and performance, both topics. Let me now rerun this report for mobile, just in case something else pops up. Seems like everything is correct. I like to do a couple more checks. Google Web Store, the Chrome Web Store. First of all, Axe DevTools is the best accessibility testing tool you can have, at least as far as I am aware. So use that. Also, we can see the headings map for headings hierarchy if everything is okay. All right. So let's first check the headings. I need to refresh most likely. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Yeah. This is for from max. So up to here, I think. Yeah, up to this one. So everything is perfect. Now let's run the Axe DevTools. They're not run from here. You have to open your DevTools and they are right here. First time you run them, there's some questions and do a full page scan. So we have SVG elements with raw image without an alternative text. And that needs an area label or labeled by. And we can add these labels immediately. As you can see, Axe is better than Lighthouse, which didn't detect that. And besides that, we don't have other issues. 8 SVG elements that are without an alt text. That's all. Okay, and no best practices or they're not turned on. Let me see because, oh, they're off. Okay, we have some best practices. It would be best if we could do that. Element should have one main landmark. Absolutely it should. And we can use the content item I did in layout. This can be the main landmark. Okay. Next up, one mark should have a unique row or row label title attribute. So the navigations, I don't particularly like this one, but area label bar title to make landmarks distinguishable. Okay, so this would be satisfied if we go to header, nav, and just say main navigation here, and the footer navigation as well. Find it. What else do we have that's not labeled? All page content should be contained by one marks. That's going to be fixed with the fix I just did. So let's run again. We haven't fixed the actual SVG issue, but the best practices are fixed pretty much. Not pretty much, they are fixed. So the SVG elements without an alt text can be fixed easily. Let's go to the index and let's start describing them. We first have wet hero background shape. This should not be, this should have row presentation. It's a perfect candidate for row presentation. Yeah, it shouldn't be in the accessibility tree at all. This background is no value to a person that doesn't see it, or it's no value at all. It's just a decorative element. Now, this illustration, on the other hand, is a different deal. First of all, did it add the row presentation? It did, great. This illustration can have an alt text, which will be something like, I have to describe it basically. An individual analyzing, it will be illustration of an individual male analyzing his budget on paper with charts, calculators, and a calendar in the background. That's pretty good, pretty descriptive. If you don't see, that will describe this image well for you. That's the point. Now, let's see what else we have. It would be a problem here as well, I think. Yeah. So this button, this label should be on the actual image, I think. And that should be fine. Let's also move this one, even though it's commented out. We don't want it to be broken when we uncomment it. Here we have the cards, and the headers also has illustrations. Let's just see what they are. Create monthly budget. So the alt text would be a, what would it be? Screenshot from the app demonstrating the monthly budget selector dropdown. That should be good. Second is organize your finances. So a similar alt text screenshot from the app demonstrating what the option to create custom budget categories like food, utilities, and housing in the expenses category. It's descriptive, long, but it will help. And finally, showing data visualization and the scales component that displays the balance between the planned income and the left to budget amount. Should be understandable, hopefully. So we describe this. Let's describe the two icons here. That will be easier. Piggy uh, illustration of a piggy bank with a coin. And here illustration of an envelope with some money, with a dollar bill inside of it. That's fine. It is a $1 bill. And in the prefooter, we also have an illustration which we probably need to update. Let me open that. Oh, here we have an alt text. Yeah, that's not good. So the alt text should be a male and female character as saving money, large coins in a cartoon piggy bank. To demonstrate a couple saving money together. I think that's very descriptive. Let's check if we described all of them. We can use Axe to validate that, but I think I did, at least on this page. 6 issues. Interesting. Which one did I miss? Oh, I cannot use. Yeah, I added alt. It's wrong. Let me see. What else did I mess up? Actually, let's look for alt. And I don't think I have any image tags here, so all alts should be area label like this. Let's rerun. 0 issues. Okay, now let's run it on mobile. It might find other issues. Let's see. Sometimes it happens, but not in this case. Okay, let's refresh and now do a White House audit for other things, meaning performance. So not performance, but Lighthouse. First, desktop performance, best practices in SEO. We might have SEO issues, for example. Haven't done anything for SEO at this point. Okay. I wouldn't worry about 97 performance. It will be 100. We're in dev mode after all. So that's great. Text compression, that's not to be worried about. This is just the Astro client and everything. So from this, everything will disappear when we build. Accessibility is fine. Best practices are fine. SEO is not. Document doesn't have meta description. So first of all, right now I only have the page title of the main layout. So I need to go to astro.build and check how I can actually add metadata to the page. Head. So what can I do here? I don't want site metadata. I want page metadata. That's so annoying. Add site metadata. Okay, let's read this article more carefully. Maybe I'm missing something. Create a head component, activate a common layout component to apply to all pages. Head.astro. Okay, just a regular Astro component, so it can receive. Understood. So I can get the title here. But how do I change the title per page? Is my question. Oh, I can pass it to layout, of course. I mean, layout? Yeah, okay. My main layouts are right here. So here's my page title. And I can use Astro props like this. Title and other props, I guess. Title, budget, warden. Let's do it together so that I see a change. And here I can use title. Is that correct? Yes. So the default will be budget warden. Okay. And I also will have description, which will also have a default. And to generate the description, let me go here, generate a meta description for this budget warden page. There we go. Pretty good. Default description. Okay. So let's go up this in 2 rows. And these are the defaults. So the meta description tag, let me copy it so that I don't mess it up. It's right here. There we go. We have our, actually use the prop description. All right. So these are the defaults. Now I can get these in these two layouts as well without defaults, of course. Title and description like this on one line and pass them along. So title will be title, description will be description. And I need to do the same in the other layout so that they all get passed to the main layout. That's the point. Okay. And now finally, I should be able in my index first to have a meta description, but also, yes, but also in my block route, I should be able to change the meta title by passing props here, saying, for example, block budget warden. Let's test. Yes. And let's prompt it, write a meta description for the block page. That's good enough. The point is to have some keywords, and it does. That's actually pretty simple and nice. I like it, how I can pass these to the layout. Nothing fancy. Okay. And of course, here in the route, individual route, we need to do the same. That will be quite simple. We will pass post data title, budget block, budget warden. Or I can say, yeah, that's fine. And description will be the summary. Let's test. So we have, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I need to do that. And here, do this. All right. So let's do that again. The Lighthouse audit. You see, some things just escape you when you're building a site from scratch. You always forget something. For example, I see I'm missing a fav icon. I'm using the Astro default. I'll leave that for after the video. It's not that important. Just replace an image. So SEO has one more issue. Links do not have descriptive text, but that's the Astro link. That's the problematic, not my links. Now let's do the same thing for blogs. We can go and do a Lighthouse desktop report. We won't have issues on mobile if we on desktop because it's the same. We have no hidden elements, basically. We only show the nav, but I already tested that. So in terms of SEO, the same thing from the Astro DevTools. And I think the final page to test is this one. Yeah, the individual blog post should be fine. It's very straightforward. Perfect. Now, let's also run Axe DevTools here. Two issues. Yeah, the SVG elements need to have this element. And which one? This one. Yeah. So let's go ahead and update those. Those will occur on both pages. First of all, Yeah, that should have a row presentation out like this. It really isn't valuable. Now the thumbnail here, and we don't have an alt text for it. And the tags can have aria label, user icon, and this can have an aria label date icon because they are valuable. Let's rerun the scan. What do you mean? Oh, I did it only here. So wherever here, no issues. And if we update the block internal routes with these two aria labels, we should be good here as well. And we are. All right, so at this point, it's been a couple of weeks actually since I did that initial implementation, which you just watched. And since then, I've done a couple of polishes, refactorings, changes to the initial code, which I'd like to share as I think you might find them valuable as there were some issues in the code previously. And let's go in, let's jump back and I'll show you what I changed. All right, so the first thing is the images in the blog posts in the details page were not working. Only the featured image was working because its path was correct, but all the images beneath that, which you add in Decap CMS in the actual content, did not work. And the reason for that is that the configuration was wrong. If you remember, let me zoom in. The actual config is right here in public admin config, this config.yml file. And if I take a look at it now, let me see if I can, okay, zoom in. We had these two settings, the media folder and the public folder. So as it says in the comments here, the first media folder is the location where files will be stored in the actual repository. So this is the path that Decap CMS will use to upload the images. And this is the repository. We go to public and uploads. Previously, I had that configured in source assets. The problem is, after the site is built, those couldn't be accessed. And I'll explain why in a sec. And we have a public folder, and this is for the source attribute of the uploaded media inside the content. And that's uploads because everything in the public folder remains, of course, public after the site is built. Now, here in Decap, in the actual content loaders of Astro, we had this image helper. For example, here in define collection, I believe in the schema, we could do something like this. And then we could use that image helper right here in the types, which we previously used in this setup to actually retrieve a loaded image from assets, for example. Now, the problem with that is that it worked for some items. If I open content, the blog post we had, it works for these metadata fields, but these are all the fields that get parsed here. The actual body is already marked down that is parsed by some Astro internals, and we cannot parse the images in the body that are embedded. So it's impossible basically to have that set up and have both the featured image, the thumbnail, and the content images to work. Therefore, I opted to store everything in public and retrieve a string. Performance is not a problem really because I just lazy load them. They're below the fold. And let me find that. I have some unnecessary imports since then, which I can refactor and remove. But yeah, pretty basic stuff. Actually, sorry, this is not at all that. This image is the actual featured image, and the content in blog article contains the other images which get embedded in the actual post. And that's how this basically works. And that's really not an issue at all. It shouldn't be a problem. If you have some more complicated pages and you need, you can just add more fields and more granular content management. But for a blog post, that's perfectly fine. So let me just mute my windows. Besides that, I did a couple of other changes. For performance, I use system fonts now. I removed Lato as it was impacting performance sometimes. I wasn't getting consistent 100s in White House, which is not realistically a big deal. It's fine if you have good good core web vitals in general, you will be fine. And one Google font like Lato will not impact that. But I was getting this flicker while the font was loading if it's not cached. And just overall, the system fonts nowadays are pretty good. There's almost no difference to the average user, and mm, the modern system fonts of Windows and Mac OS are pretty good. Linux as well. Most desktop environments include great fonts. So you have a great experience. And it just loads instantaneously as it's in the file system. Here we don't get 100s consistently because this is not the build site, but if I open the actual production site, that is the same thing. It scores very well consistently. Very rarely do you get 99s or 98s if the server response time is a bit slower, and mobile is the same thing. So system fonts were primarily for that reason, and because there's very little difference. I needed to tweak only a few things like the buttons and these some of these graphics to anchor the font center, but these are good changes overall because font rendering is not guaranteed to be the same between operating systems, even if you use a Google font like Lato, although it's very consistent. Now, besides that, I also did some search engine optimization improvements. I added, first of all, I previously had meta titles and descriptions, but I also added some structured data, schema or structured data, which in Astro you can add like this, by the way. You use the script type application ID JSON and then this set HTML for inner HTML. And here you can add your JSON data as a string. And I have some structured data for, I believe this is, software application, and then the organization, which is good. It should help with some rich search results at least, but I'm also hoping this data would aid in some large language models and AI tools. Additionally, I added some structured data to the blog posts if I can find it in the individual articles. Yeah, this should also be helpful. Besides that, speaking of search engine optimization, of course, I needed to add some analytics to just track the users and visitors to know if I have visitors and how they interact with the site. So I added GTM with Google Analytics and Hotjar. Just two analytics tools, nothing too intrusive, I hope. I want to try out Hotjar because I want to see good heat maps, which Google Analytics doesn't do. And heat maps will hopefully help me to improve the site a bit. I'll see if it's helpful. Now, the problem with that is this is also intrusive in terms of performance, and this is the solution, Partytown. If you haven't heard of that, Partytown is a tool built to load external scripts in a separate web worker, so that throttled web worker, so a thread essentially, multi-threading, to avoid performance impacts on your load, page load speed, etc. The problem with that is some scripts don't work. There are some complications. Now, the most popular ones like Google Analytics, Hotjar, GTM should work in theory, and I think in my case they do work fine. I haven't spotted any issues. The way Partytown works is you include it like it has Astro integration, so you can just Astro add Partytown, and it's a plugin right here, Partytown. And I have some config here for forward data layer push. I'll explain that later in the cookie consent management, but that doesn't matter. So it has first party integration in Astro, and then you just add script type text Partytown to your scripts like the GTM script. I added this inline and type text Partytown. This will mean Partytown will inspect the script and run a separate web worker for it. There are some drawbacks. For example, the tag manager preview mode doesn't work. As I mentioned, some script might not work. It's not plug and play. Not at all. And it's a little bit tricky, but for the most popular tracking analytics tools, it should work fine, and it would help you with performance. Now, besides that, I also added a sitemap, which I believe I did with, this Astro sitemap. And I filter out the admin page, which is the content management system. And I believe the final thing I wanted to mention was that I did some something for cookie consent, because of course I have tracking scripts, unfortunately. And temporarily I integrated this lightweight cookie consent script. Let me see. It was just a open source script I found. It's not It's not the most optimized thing, but compared to other solutions, it's very optimized. So yeah, it's this repository. I'll link it in the description. Just a vanilla JavaScript script that allows you to add this cookie consent pop-up, which can either accept and reject all or manage individual analytics. That's a very basic script. And it works well. The way I integrated it so far, because I only have my two, let me see. It does have an Astro, it has a couple of themes and an Astro integration guide, which is not that hard to do, seeing as it's quite simple. But let me see, where was the config? Yeah, it uses this config.js file. Here, it's quite simple. You specify services. I have only two, Google Analytics and Hotjar. And on accept, I can do anything. I can basically vote the tracking scripts here if I want and not use GTM at all. But I use GTM for consistency and just push this event, data layer push, to GTM. And because this is a separate web worker, I don't have data layer in the window. So I needed to use this configuration for Partytown in Astro to forward data layer push so that I can use it. So that's one drawback of using web workers, but the performance is why I am. And that's basically how the config works. These events are the events that run tracking. Once the user accepts that, every time he visits, these events will automatically get dispatched on page vault. So there's pretty much the simplest cookie consent setup you could think of. The one thing I would do is remove this altogether and just build something straightforward as a React component in the actual code base, because that on its own has some CSS and some like JavaScript that's not very lightweight and could be a lot better if it's integrated in the site. I also added a button to open the preferences for cookies in the footer, because it's a good practice, and I believe it's actually regulatory. You need to have that in accessible at all times, not just in the first page visit. I also finally added a couple of just one page for privacy policies, because that's needed for my mobile application that's already running. It's just a text page for now. In the future, it might be something more interesting. And here I link this system's status, which is for the uptime of the services that are running the system, but that's external. And that's it. Besides that, everything is as it was, and it's currently even deployed and running, and seems to be performing quite well. In terms of accessibility performance, it's running quite well. The analytics tools work, and so far, everything has been awesome. So this is the first version of the website. I'm overall very happy with the tech stack, especially Astro and Decap CMS. And even though StyleX had some issues with the responsive styles, I think that if you're aware of its limitations, you would know when to fall back to CSS in very, very small, minute cases. In my case, that was the grid system because of technical limitations. Really, if I wanted to keep StyleX there, I needed to write a lot of styles, just a lot of boilerplate code, which I didn't want to. And the other place was, of course, the box section where I want side effects. And StyleX doesn't really do side effects. So that's obviously going to need to be vanilla CSS or something else. Now, with that in mind, I think overall it's a good system because I get a very optimized styles and bundle, and I got pretty good component set that I can use to quickly make new pages now. It would be easy to maintain in the future, and I would say I'm happy with it. Even with these issues, I'm happy. If I want to make a website that is extremely complicated in the way it handles responsive styles, for example, if I have something very creative with a lot of breakpoints, a lot of changes through breakpoints, I think it would be very problematic using StyleX. Thankfully, that's not really how modern websites look. They're quite simplistic usually. Mobile first, only a few things happen between breakpoints, if any. Usually just a few widths change or some elements height. So for these use cases, perfectly valid. Where you get problems is if you have multiple breakpoints on the same element, then you have these prioritization issues, which by the way, I hope will get fixed soon so that we get a better experience. I will follow the issues, and I'll probably report my findings to enrich the issues log and hopefully help With that in mind, I hope you found this video useful. If you have feedback on the format, the longer, more raw video format, and if you like it, please share in the comments. It would be very useful to me to know if you prefer more edited short content or a more natural long form raw content of real implementation like this one. I do appreciate your feedback a lot. So with that, I'll wrap this video. Take care.